So I don't get into it with people, and I told Cynthia that. So she's obviously taking control over things. So I will be back. I will have to go to the shelter in Boston. That's what I'm predicting is going to happen. I think Scott gets that too. So I would assume she's already called the VA. I didn't even know she already called the VA. So I would assume that she'll be moving Barbara into her home, and then I will just be going to a shelter on foot because I have no way to stay here or move anything out of here. So, um, anyways, the SNAP office still won't answer the phone to renew my SNAP food card. And I'm not going to Quincy, so I'm going to have to. This will be the first time I go into a shelter in Boston. So it's just sort of interesting how um, the Passover is progressing. It's like I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. I completely feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Like the level of delusion is picking up with people. Um, so apparently, I get more information now because access to when I left the house in August, when I was forced out of the house in August, um, he took over her finances. Okay, he has an account with her at Dedham Savings. So that's what that is. And then he goes and he gets a check and then he pays the landlord. Okay. So uh, Cynthia is supposed to think about what she's doing, but she's already getting like really sort of aggressive and pushy. So now she wants to spend the night here. So I just said, I guess we'll see what the VA is going to do because I'm not living in a house with her. Right? Like she's going to have to make a decision about what she's doing. She already said something about Barbara and I living with her, and I told her no, go back to the shelter. I'm not living in a house with her. Like she's very, very pushy, yes. So then she's like, she can give me a ride to the DTA office. I don't need a ride to the DTA office. Right. I don't need a ride to the DTA office. I think that you need to talk to the VA. Okay. The VA is in control of Barbara Kent. Okay. So the VA has to be told that her caregiver died. And then the VA will talk to people and decide what's going to happen with Barbara's care. Okay. So I guess Scott just got a place and Justin just got a place. I think she said Jake got a place. Okay. Well, then it seems that you should probably move your mother into your house and I will go back to the shelter because I am not living in a house with Cynthia Kent. Okay. I'm not like gonna go person to person's house as a hostage. Okay. Like I'm an adult woman and it gets a little bit sort of, yes, it gets a little bit sort of too much. Like clearly everybody involved, none of these people can stand talking to each other, by the way, but they're all going to be aggressive and pushy. And I told Cynthia, you're going to have to decide what you want to do because I'm not getting into it with you. Okay, just she's going to go and get her dog and come back here and spend the night. Okay, well, you need to talk to the VA because there's only going to be so many days before I just pack a backpack and leave. Okay, I'm not living in a house with you. SNAP food card or not. I've had enough of this bullshit. Okay, seriously. I know it's like it hasn't even been a day since this man died, and it's just she wants to know if she can give Scott his trailer. You just go, okay, really? Yeah. Apparently, Michelle doesn't talk to Jared. She doesn't talk to Alyssa. She doesn't talk to her mother. So you just go, um, yeah, that is like too much for my ears. Everything is about money. Everything is about money. So she said someone named Brian spoke with her after this last when they were removed from the house and just allowed me to go to a shelter. No one ever contacted me like I don't even fucking exist. That's how fucking criminally insane people are. It gets fucking tiresome. It really does. I have nothing to do with that bullshit. But yeah, you just go, how the fuck was I thrown on the ground to be murdered? And the VA is talking to Tommy and Cindy and never talks to Mary, talks to Tommy, Cindy, and Kathy. And I'm left to die in the fucking street. Like this, you just go, I can't deal with you fucking people, man. I cannot deal with you fucking people. Just all I could think this morning is like, seriously, dude, you're dead? I know you just go, what the fuck? How are you fucking dead? But anyways, um, I just tried to call the SNAP office again. They won't do anything for you. They keep telling you to call a phone number, and they know damn well no one answers it. So you just go back to a shelter. That's the dominance they're gonna win, is corralling me back into another fucking shelter. That's all I can tell you. To be fucking killed in the street. And then another person is going to face Almighty God for being responsible for choosing something. You're clearly surviving in your house right now, but you will take possession of this woman and her income knowing I'm going to end up in the fucking street because I won't live with you as an adult fucking woman. This would be my opportunity to be able to have a life and have other people here. Not I'm moving in with you and do the same fucking thing. That's why your son doesn't live with you. Mother of fucking God. People are completely fucking insane. Completely. She's already doesn't feel good herself and keeps running to a bathroom. For all we know, she's the next one to end up on a floor dead. I know you just go, just keep running the fuck around. Eight 346-9591. I know, like, I think Scott was just overwhelmed and fucking left too. Like, why are you concerned about who's going to get his trailer? She took his wallet, she took his keys, she took the stuff from the VA, she's calling the VA. Then you take possession of your mother. Why would I stay in a house with her with you doing all that? Yeah, I mean, apparently Tommy and her, she told me when I first came here that the VA asked her if she would take her to her house and take over care for her, and she told them no. Okay, so maybe she's now changed her mind. Yeah, that is fucking too much, man. That's absolutely too much. So, my phone won't call out to fucking anything. I don't know. Maybe I should call a different SNAP office. Don't they have telephone numbers? But it's automated, and my cell phone will not punch the fucking numbers. I have to do it downstairs. I'm trying to do that, and she's talking to me. I'm trying to do something. So, anyways, let me see if is she going outside? I don't think she can get outside. Let's see if I can call this one. Still refusing to answer a telephone. So it doesn't matter which office you call. They're completely not answering their telephones. So I would assume that your dominance is that I have to go to one of your offices. Okay. Well, I'll have to do it tomorrow because now there's nobody here with this woman to go to one of your offices. So I'm sure that you can see me on this thing. She keeps telling me that other people are watching my videos. I don't know if she's talking about stuff from a long time ago. Are you still not stopping people in their houses because you won't answer a phone and didn't send a paper thing? There's not other people that care for elderly people. Let me see if I can find a phone number. But you don't need to call a shelter before you go there, by the way. That's really not the nature of the shelter. 857-346-9591. Okay, so you're clearly blocking people's phones. That is obviously the telephone number. Okay. You're not reuniting families. Just as an FYI. Reuniting families is me reunited with 6 fucking adults that aren't even minors anymore. That's reuniting families. So there is not a way in fucking hell that I'm living in a house with Cynthia Kent. So I would say if you're the VA, you should probably fucking answer your phone. Is that you going in and out the door? Oh, it's Cindy. I thought she left. I came to the door and I'm like, how are you going out the door? It's Cindy going in and out. I know you just go, I thought you left. Anyways, not living in a house with her. Yeah, I can see why her and Tommy were fighting too, because, whoa. Yeah, like the whole, it took about 10 minutes for Scott to go. He's not going to give up an apartment he just got for this bullshit. Just like me, you go, I'm just going to a shelter, man. So yeah, you better figure out what you're doing with your mother in terms of, are you moving in here or are you taking her to your house? I mean, you're taking over. You took the sheets of paper to even call the VA and you don't even live here. So you're clearly in charge. So that's why I said you go, okay, you need to decide what you're going to do. Not this goes on for fucking weeks and months. You haven't been living here, Cindy, so really. I know, I go, do you have that piece of paper from the VA? Yeah, I'm going to make copies of it. Probably. She would say the only reason she wasn't doing that before is because Tommy was doing it and Tommy was aggressive. Okay, that's fine. So why not just take your mother in your car right now to your house? For real, why not just take your mother in your car to your house right now? Why come back here? Drive to Norton, get your dog, come back here. I'm not stopping you from taking her. Every single person that she talks to, she has to tell them how Tommy was taking care of Barbara. Like I'm a pile of fucking shit. Every fucking person that came in here, she did it. Okay. So at some point in time, I'll have to take a shower and shave and start planning on what I'm going to take in the backpack to Boston. Well, that's why I said the VA is going to have to contact her. She said she called them and left a message. I don't even have the phone number. She took the piece of paper with her. I know, thus for making me look like I'm a fucking retard. That's fine. I'm a retard. Whoa. How are all these people getting all housing and shit? I know, just there's probably all kinds of fucking services and shit being given to every other fucking person but me. And you people don't realize you're all gonna fucking die. Just him, he goes, like when I told him I didn't have any income and shit, and it's a fucking medical disability. Anyways, she thinks that it's from the COVID vaccines. You need to tell the VA that. You definitely need to speak to the VA and tell them that you think your brother died from getting a COVID vaccine. Okay? Please do that. I know you go, why the fuck can't homeless people have a fucking telephone? I know you go, yeah, it's fucking open house at Sprague Street. She's like afraid I'm gonna go somewhere. Bet your ass, because the first place I go is a fucking homeless shelter to find out if someone wants a place to live, even if we have to leave in 30 days. That's 30 days sleeping in a fucking house and taking a shower and cooking. Oh yeah, just okay, here we go. Next kid to do that because she's probably approaching death or something. I'm not trying to be an asshole, it's just at this point that's the only thing that would make any logical fucking sense to me. Just okay, so now this is going to be the next person that takes possession of this woman and her money and removes me from a 4-bedroom fucking house. She pays everything except the electric bill, apparently. So if those people hadn't shut off my fucking income, I could have just stayed here and paid an electric bill. Then she would have to figure out if she's going to tell the VA that she's going to take her and make a woman fucking homeless again. I am not living with her. I mean, at what point, yeah, you just go, you people are mad shit fucking insane. God will have to kill her too if you start that fucking shit. I told you, just like that. She's been telling me for a good 2 years that she's having some sort of an issue with her midsection, like her liver or something. Yeah, just these people that all insisted to have children and shit. None of these people even talk to each other anymore. That's what I'm finding out. They don't talk to Candy. They don't talk to their children and stuff. And you just go, okay, well, everybody had to take my fucking children from me, and clearly I wouldn't have a relationship like that with my children. So it is what it is. Yeah, I should probably make something to eat. It's like I have those strawberries and shit too. Just I gotta fucking decompress for 5 minutes first because she's gonna be coming back here. You know, you just go, and she's bringing that dog with her. So she works, so I mean, I don't see how she's gonna keep camping out here. She's gonna have to make a decision about taking her mother to her house. She's gonna have to think about it tonight. Right? She's going to have to think about it because she had supposedly they asked her this in 2021 and she didn't want to do it. And then for some reason, nobody spoke with Mary about it. She said the guy's name is Brian too. You just go, really? The guy's name is Brian? Or where is my fiance? Because I was telling Scott. Because Scott, it's exactly what I said when Scott was here that day. He was here to find out if he could stay here. And he was actually contemplating moving in here, but I could tell that the way he was talking, it wasn't going to work out. God has a way of doing things. I knew it wasn't going to work. It's just not meant to be. She's probably going to take her mother, and I'm going to go to the shelter. People prefer that because it's some sort of thing where you have to make me lose all my belongings. That's probably your goal. That's your dominance you're trying to do. That's why you won't renew a fucking SNAP food card, I'm sure. So it is what it is. It's like you're like the health insurance. You're gonna do something annually. Okay, well, you're gonna do something annually, and then you're never gonna be able to do it again. Yeah, you're never gonna be able to do it again once she moves her mother into her house. So, because never in a day would I go to that woman's house. That's why. Wouldn't matter how many times she drove through the Quincy Center or whatever, I'd tell her, no, she's not Tommy. I mean, obviously, it's not good that he didn't tell me that when he brought me here that I couldn't have anyone here. He said, get some homeless people to help pay the rent. That's what he said. Right. So you go, not a chance in fuck would I live with her. Yeah. Even just that display this morning, and what happened in Plymouth, she is wicked aggressive. She's manic and aggressive. It's worse than him. He basically left me alone if I agreed to be driven to a food pantry by him and I couldn't have anybody over. Not he's up your asshole 24 hours a day. Yeah, just nonstop. Just like she was ordering him around. Like I'm a fucking nurse's assistant and she's a head nurse or something. Just, okay, this is the thing. Obviously, I have like 30 days to leave here, right? I mean, the rent isn't even due till the 16th. So it's just, are you going to she has 16 days apparently to talk to the VA and figure out what she wants to do with an 89-year-old woman who needs round the clock care, right? Because obviously Scott doesn't want to have to do that. He's going to have his own place, which he deserves to do, and he's going to work. That's what he was saying. So that's why you just go like this and wait for God to sort it out. She may decide after tonight she doesn't want to do it. Right? Stop trying to attach yourself to Mary because it's not going to happen. They have shelters in Boston. I mean, I'd literally go back to Quincy before I'd live with her. SNAP card or no SNAP card. It's called begging on the street for food. Yeah, I mean, obviously on Saturday when I walk to the food pantry, I will inform them about what happened and that it looks like I'm going to end up homeless again. No, there's not any programs. I already looked it up. There's no programs for Mary Lagoa to get paid to care for her. It's only for people that worked. You don't get paid to care for your family member. So apparently the state probably takes possession of them if their next of kin has no income. That might be why they didn't talk to me. They may have been doing it back then. And if people didn't know that, it's just another way to make people homeless and make people your hostage. Apparently, Michelle said Alyssa lives in Mattapan. These people don't know what the fuck's going on around them. They just keep chugging along, and you go, that's not an indicator to you folks about reality? Like, you're just still looking at me, and you don't wonder why all this is going on with me or why I don't have any fucking children? Okay. I guess I'll make some pasta. That was fucking just. I knew something was wrong last night, and it's like denial. Yeah, like it's like denial. Because obviously, if a person's dead, he's still going to be dead in the morning, right? But you're just in the bed going, when I get up in the morning, that door's not going to still be fucking closed, right? Nope, still closed. Open it up. There's a dead guy in the bathroom floor. Just seriously, you're fucking dead? Just bloop. The medical examiner, because the cops weren't sure because they must not do that. The medical examiner said it looks like the blood was coming out of his mouth and his nose. They weren't sure if he fell and hit his head and he was bleeding. Uh, I could have probably told you that because he clearly didn't move from when he fell. Like I would think if you fell and hit your head, I don't know, you might just knock right out. Yeah, there was like no movement at all. You could tell he must have died on the toilet and just went like this. Yeah, there was shit in the toilet. His pants were down. He looked like he was in a frog pose like this. I didn't see the front of his body. I basically saw him from the waist down, and I could see that there was a red liquid over there. So it's probably just like Charlie. Whatever happened, he may have actually, I don't know if he would have started gushing blood before he even fell, but there didn't look like there was any spatter. I cleaned it up myself. The medical examiner just said keep pouring bleach on it. So it actually wasn't that hard to clean up, and it would have been easy to clean up if I had done it sooner. But Cindy said she took pictures of it. I'm sure they did too. So apparently, I didn't know this. Like, one, that you're responsible for cleaning the stuff. You can hire a company, but when you don't have an income, you're not hiring. I'm lucky I had gloves and piddle pads to clean it up with. I had to walk to Dollar Tree and buy bleach. So that's what people like that are like. By the way, you just show up here in a flurry and pretend to take charge of everything that has to do with money and possessions, but you don't clean up the mess. Mary cleans it up. Honest to God. That's how people like that are. It's probably better if she just takes her mother to her house and just lets the landlord worry about all this stuff in this house. Obviously, Mary can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about all this stuff. I can't even take my own stuff with me. Completely destitute. I wouldn't take a shopping cart. No, it's just like when I left in 2021. It's every time. You just go, I don't know what to tell you about people that are clearly just completely insane, cruel and sick and insane. They would just mow right over me and fucking kill me with one of those rolling things. You know those rolling things? I'm a non-fucking person. Because I don't have a fucking bank account with numbers in it. And then I go do and pay something. I am a non-fucking person. So about the time that Scott was here, I could tell that there was something weird going on. Yeah, clearly it's like a weird sort of, just don't even say too much, Mary, and let God deal with this. People going back and forth, changing it, making stuff complicated. Like Scott said something so outrageous. I was like, yeah, this isn't going to work out. He said something, like I said something about where is Jared? You know, like maybe if I knew a homeless person or something. And he starts saying something about renting a room out, not to someone you know, like you advertise it. I'm not doing that. That doesn't make any sense. All you have to pay is the electric bill. So that's sort of like God letting him know and me know not to do it. Just to take your apartment you have in Rhode Island. Right. So I think that Cindy will probably take her to her house because Cindy's trying to conjure up some way that I'm going to live in her house with her and help out. As soon as she said the words help out, that's when I go, no, you can take her to your house and I'll go to a shelter. The words help out don't exist. Tommy did the same thing. Like, all due respect, but you people are mentally ill. I am not like a person that you buy and sell and transport around and I help out. You don't need help. You're a nurse. You don't need help caring for one person when you're trained to do it. You take your mother and her income and you stop working. I have no idea. You're making $3,600 a month by working. I don't understand you, but you're not forcing me to fucking live with you and interact with you. It's fucking insane. And I guarantee that you wouldn't let me have people over. It's fucking Norton. No one wants to live there. I don't know anybody in Norton. It's nowhere near it, a transportation or a fucking city. No. Notice how in all these fucking years, these people have never tried to help me get my fucking children back? Yeah, you just go, Jesus Christ, God, how much fucking longer is this going to go on for? I'm sure Tommy was probably thinking the same fucking thing. Just, I know, even just Scott goes, it hasn't even been a day. I know, you just go, oh my fucking God. Scavenger. Scavenger. Yep. It's not really that much care for her, you know. She's not as much of an invalid as people think. She was depressed. She got herself out of the bed into the chair today and changed her clothes right in front of me. I saw her. I had to go downstairs to call 911. I wasn't even going to deal with the cell phone with you doing something to the phone so my numbers don't hit. And I had to tell her in the bed that people were coming here. She's supposed to be trying to lay down and relax. So I can't think of anybody else to call other than the SNAP office, and that's another attempt. So I text two different phone numbers that I thought were that Derek guy from Quincy. He wasn't answering me before, so I don't know if he blocked me or he doesn't have that cell phone anymore. Because even over the summer, he wasn't answering me. I called the phone number that's supposed to be Jen's. It's probably not her. It's like doesn't say her name or anything. Yeah. Um. All right, Jamaica Plain, Jamaica Plain. That's probably Jen's phone number. That's why you're doing it, right? As soon as I call it, you stop the call. Probably. Because it would be right around that time period. Do, 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 do. I'm really not fucking dumb, you know? Neither is God. Because it had to be around June or July that she called me that time. Because I was already not in Quincy anymore. Well, sometimes, I'm not going to lie, it's difficult to not. What would a person do when you're all fucking insane? To just continuously fucking scream? What would that do? It might be one of these private numbers. That's that fucking Keatlin person from whatever. That's not John Vickery. Oh God. I don't even know what number I just called. That's probably her calling back. You can talk to my voicemail. No interest in talking to you, you fucking insane cunt. Still the same thing, waiting for God to kill you. Michelle says that Jared isn't over there anymore. So apparently she knew about that. I don't know if these people use Facebook to like keep track of each other since they say they don't talk to each other. I don't know. I gotta figure out something easy so I don't get sort of like 857-346-9591. Obviously, as soon as I go to a shelter, my phone will work just fucking fine. Guaranteed. Well, it's a sad, sad day for internet jailers. That's for sure. It's definitely a sad, sad day for internet jailers because, yeah, uh, obviously, I'd have to actually go out there. Is that her again?
Gary, I still haven't even left it.
I know. I was like, I came down the last time, but I could hear you in the bathroom. I was like, oh,
I came to the bathroom and then since then I keep getting calls, so I just really didn't put on some good go.
Oh.
And then I phoned the agent on.
Oh, okay, good.
I didn't get to talk to him too much because he said just, you guys can talk about it, I don't want to do it, and everything, get back to me. So I said, okay, he goes, I know everything's new and fresh, but he just wanted to let me know he was on the contact.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
So I
good.
sort of let you know, I guess we can talk about it more. The funeral that I called Mary, I hate to ask, but I feel bad, but is your last name without me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good, that's what I said. And you, Kathy's last name. Is it Beth?
I have no idea.
We asked him if it's names, and so this is not more.
Okay. So, yeah, because I figured that I was like, I would assume that you would decide what you want to do.
I'm thinking I do, but I mean, I don't wanna leave you, I mean, you're welcome to even stay for a little while, just go to,
I'll just go to a shelter in Boston. Yeah.
it's up to you. Did you want to, well. I guess.
Yeah, Lisa, the guy says you have to get out, I guess.
Yeah. We'll talk.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be here, like, I'm gonna take some off.
Well, maybe that's not.
No, I didn't. Before.
Oh, I
think so, I can't be from Coast by yourself.
Exactly, well, that's the other thing, you have to think about it too.
I could do it, I mean, it's a shelter, it's with them.
No, I know that. No,
That's
I
why I didn't stay the last time I started getting swollen. But, obviously, that's my option, so I'm not happy about that, but I'm just explaining why I after the last time.
No, I know, but if you don't think it would be too much for you to take care of it.
No, I mean, obviously, if it got to be, then I have to assess it. The
Well,
only thing
how
that
would
would matter
how would
is,
you feel if I was the condition to make those kind of decisions?
yeah, I don't care what the money.
No, let's see, we'll see how it goes, and we'll talk more, I mean, I'll be back, I'm just hoping the house here.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't care anything about that, that's what I was saying.
And then even if we did that for a while, I probably was too much, I did, yeah.
Because I was already the only thing.
Or even as you must be. Yeah, okay, like,
Yeah. Well, that's about it, everything else. Like I said, there's certain things. Like even I told you, even the cleaning stuff, it was kind of like, I suppose, they're like, yeah.
I mean,
that's
if the landlord would be okay with us talking with something to ready.
Well, that's what I'm saying, I don't think you can sort that out unless it's like.
But I guess like you said.
The landlord's never said. And I'm not on the lease. Yeah, but obviously the landlord, but the VA.
Well, yeah.
All the landlords.
Well, but do you know when this is up? He pays month to month. I know, I know that, but he has to sign a contract, doesn't he?
I don't know, he did a lease for a year and a half, and then he told me it was month to month. Just recently, after it ran out, and then he told me it was month to month.
But once he starts saying, well, yeah, maybe we could play it.
Yeah, cause I'm like, yeah, cause the landlord would have to.
Yeah.
So.
If he's paid, he might turn around and say, listen, this was supposed to be for a certain person.
Yeah, I don't know.
He might, I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll talk more. I'll be back.
Okay. It's interesting. People that are financing. Just the devil in people's eyes, you know. Just, she doesn't know yet. She wants to take her to her house, I guess, is what she's gonna do. So I'll go back to a shelter. But she talked to the person from the VA. There's no, I can just guarantee you, there's no way in hell the VA would hand over a woman like that to a woman who has no income. They just, all they want to do is trap people like me. These people's goal in life is God kills them all. They have no idea why they're doing it because they're profoundly insane. It's clearly God judging them all. It's clearly God judging them all. Getting close to the end, for sure. Definitely getting close to the end. It's like the last ditch of judging people about me. Like, you're gonna make a choice about what you're gonna do about this woman. You just go, oh my fucking God. She wants to be the fiduciary. That's fine. You be the fiduciary. I don't care about money. That's why I've never tried to take over this woman's money. Ever, 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 and all the times I've been here. Just, no, anything and everything in life to keep me completely fucking destitute. All of them. That's why I said it's obviously God is like fucking with these people. He just keeps putting thoughts in people's fucking heads. They just go, yeah, I'll do that. I think Scott just said he doesn't want to do it. But clearly the VA probably indicated to her it's that simple that she just takes over the money. Right. Because she knows I'm not going to live with her. She just said it again. Nope, I will go to a shelter. Nope. It's called make a decision. Make a decision. You know I'm medically ill and I'm not supposed to be in a shelter. Make a decision. Just like someone made a decision and then apparently my fiance died because he couldn't come here. Scott said he mentioned it to Tommy when he was here like a week ago. What was that, a week or 2 weeks ago? And now the guy's dead. That was like his last chance. He said that Tommy ignored him when he asked him about if he could come here. That was the first words out of my mouth if Scott wanted to come here. See the difference? I told you. That's why I was trying to contact people. That'd be the first thing I would do. That guy was preventing me from doing it. So clearly that was some sort of a thing that God was explaining to the dude. You're not staying here. Yeah, just, to me, it's clear as day. That is not a mystery to me at all. I still have the text messages from this year. The ones that from the other time were on the phone I gave Ryan. everything these people do is fucking precious too. Just amazing. Everything. It's sickening. I can't listen to her go on and on about him. I just cannot do it. Just whoa. He had a lot of bad shit going on too that no one gave a fuck about. I remember those days. Exactly. Now I will clean the house. That's what I was trying to say. Now I will clean the house. Not I clean a house when I can't even be downstairs or on the third floor. I can't have my boyfriend to save his life on the front porch. Now I'll clean the fucking house. See how that works? Go to her house and become her living slave? No. No, thank you. Cindy's gonna come back with a dog. Cindy said Michelle walked in the house and said it smelled urine. Okay. She's had some sort of neuroses about smells for 20 years, that one. So anyway, that's good that the VA called her back already, so. Maybe she may have just not taken over her care before because Tommy wanted to do it. 4 years can change people. That was 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago now. People change. Especially if her children are moving out of her house. Like, she wouldn't be doing well living by herself. Her children are moving out of her house. She's probably starting to feel a little bit afraid of her own health. It seems like she's having some of that. And she may not want to work anymore. She seems to do pretty well caring for her. It's changing her diaper and her and stuff. So she's got to get it out of her head about having a relationship with me. Don't do it for that reason, because it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Scott probably wants to be closer to his own children, which makes sense. But it's just. Right, I mean, do you really need a 4-bedroom house? Right, if you're gonna be in Rhode Island to see your children and you're working in Rhode Island, why would you want to be here? But I mean, I didn't know all that at the time till he started talking. So I think that when he has time to think about it, he's not gonna want to be bothered with it. If he's trying to get his life back on track, he knows this isn't a good environment for him. He would have to see his mother all the time too. So it's good to do things where you get to pick what you're doing. Because clearly she just comes here when she wants to. Because what would you say? It's her mother. And then obviously if she was paying the bills here, that makes it even worse. But right, she can do the same thing at her house and then she doesn't have to worry about paying anything at her house. It seems stupid for her to do that just so that I can stay here. I'll just go to a shelter. People die at McGinnis all the time. It's a hospital for homeless people. Happens every day. Just the completion of a damnation of a population. But some freaky shit, man. Tell you that. Freaky fucking shit. And apparently Candy had a cardiac appointment or something, so she couldn't come. I mean, it makes sense. You haven't talked to your mother in 4 years. What difference does it make if Tommy died? Yeah, Tommy wasn't preventing you from talking to your mother, so Tommy was preventing Mary from having a life. So then as soon as that could happen, there's no way for Mary to stay here without Tommy. So then the next person thinks I'm going to cozy up to her. No. It's just every day God is showing people why they're not staying here. Right? Just that is why they don't care this is happening to people. It's an illness. They're not human beings. There is nothing going on planet Earth but the Passover, and people are still trying to run around, live lives. It's just like bizarro. I'm just like, whoa, okay, so you people literally never stopped what you were doing? Oh my God. And now you're working and you're the head of sales and you have 52 more tattoos and you don't care about more of your children? Whoa. That's going to be pretty freeing, I guess. I mean, I don't want to be mean. That's just the truth of the matter where you go. This is why they had children and I couldn't, because they don't even give a fuck. I know you just go, oh, Jesus Christ, God, I better plug this in. That's right, I'm supposed to be eating. God forbid. I know you just go, seriously, dude, you're dead? What the fuck? I know, like, obviously your first thoughts are, oh my fucking God. Seriously? I'm gonna be fucking street homeless again? I'm gonna be street homeless again? I'm gonna lose all my shit? These fucking people will not renew a fucking SNAP food card? I'm literally, she was told repeatedly, I don't even have a SNAP food card. That I just called them again while she was here. I've called them 3 times. They won't answer the phone and renew a SNAP food card. And now I'm going out to the fucking street to die. Because here, I could walk to a food pantry. Just like the people that shut my fucking money off. I could have just stayed here and paid the electric bill. It's $400 a month. A fucking disability. That's, I'm going to have a $400 a month electric bill. I wouldn't even have picked this fucking place because it's so expensive. But I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously it makes no fucking sense what everybody's doing. You go, you realize how fucking insane you are, right? You just keep carting this woman around to people that have a way to fucking live on their own. And I keep going to a fucking shelter. Now we're going to do it again. Because it's more important to the people at the VA that Mary can't have a fucking boyfriend. Or anyone from fucking AA or a food pantry at a fucking kitchen with a cup of coffee. Jesus Christ, God. Whoa. Really, seriously, people just, it's like you're in a dream or something that they think is real. And I'm just watching it from the outside. I swear to God. Oh, Jim's going to go to the services. He's still living. Okay. And of course, he doesn't want to fucking talk to me either because he's probably void in the fucking brain too. Okay. Well, I see what's going on now. It's definitely you people's end of your lives. Right. Just that was a long rip for him because that was from, was it May? That was from May. June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. That was 10 months. That's the second time he wouldn't let street homeless people come here with a trailer. That's probably why she kept talking about a trailer. It's like, you can't see what this is. And now God's putting you on it again. Right? It's like, you can't see what this is. Why do you keep talking about that fucking camper? I told her, I go, I lost my fucking fiance over this because he couldn't even go in the front porch. That it has nothing to do with the other people here on this land piece, or it doesn't have anything to do with your VA, any of that. It has to do with God. Life takes many forms. I'm just talking about this physical form, this physical body. Oh yeah, you folks are definitely not rebirthing here in this physical form. I'd stay in any house I fucking wanted because there'd be nobody to tell me to get the fuck out. It's called the National Grid. Oh yeah, that's how all those people are doing that shit. There's a landlord. I'm sure there is a person who thinks he's a landlord that would come here and tell me I have to fucking leave. I'm sure. Everywhere you go, there's a fucking landlord. All of it is a bunch of fucking nonsense. Any opportunity that you people have to let me have a fucking life, you cut yourself off at the fucking knees. Honestly, I really don't think she's as out of it as people think she is. Cindy just seems like, yeah, I tried to explain it. It's like they really were not getting along very well this past time. That fucking ring again. Everything all right?
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm just checking if I heard the door. Just making sure you're okay. Don't try to go out the porch.
I don't know when, how to get out of here. I'm ready to go. Okay, ready for the extra. I don't know how I'm gonna get out of here. I wanna do something. Let me see it. Okay. How we gonna get out of here? Out the back door, I guess. Would that be best? You don't know. You have to get off the porch. I don't care. I'm just gonna get off.
Talk about weird. You want to see something weird? Yeah, I'm sure they'll probably realize that at the coroner's office. I don't know if they opened the I don't know if they opened the medicine cabinet while they were here. He probably wasn't even taking his fucking medication. Look at this. They're all full. I checked. Well, I didn't check all of them, but they have pills in them. He wasn't even fucking taking them. He was filling the prescriptions, and he'd occasionally leave a pill on the table, but he wasn't even fucking taking the medication. What was he prescribed this for? Is it like depression or something? Venlafaxine? He wasn't even taking it. Yeah, I mean, how do you have this many of these just piled up in your medicine cabinet? Who's Islami? M. Islami. Okay, well, that person needs to not be a fucking doctor anymore, whoever that is. Venlafaxine, HCl. Is that high blood pressure medication? Isn't HCl high blood pressure medication? He wasn't even taking it. I know you go, whoa, mental illness. Why fill the prescriptions like that and not take it? That is what happens when people don't have to keep up with their mental health. But then you want sane people to supposedly have to have fucking mental health. Oh, it's for depression. Major depressive disorder, panic disorder, anxiety with depression, generalized anxiety disorder. I don't know unless he was suicidal. Can you kill yourself with this? I bet you can't, but why would someone save that many of them? Yeah, immediately put to empty any thoughts of suicide. May make you drowsy or dizzy. I don't see any empty bottles, no. They're all that fucking. Generally, that's a person that's suicidal that saves medication like that, but I don't even know if you can kill yourself with that. I don't know. They didn't say anything. I don't know if they opened, I don't know if they knew. I've never opened that thing in all the time I've been living here. I mind my own business, yeah, believe it or not. Not everyone is weird like that. That's why I wouldn't know anything about him. I didn't even know he had a Dedham savings account with her. Right, and that's the first time I've gone in that room is today. I don't even go past the bathroom. I don't even do that. I have that. Today was the first day I went on the third floor in about a year after what I told you. She was flipping out about it. I was going up there all the time. I wanted to bring a desk up there. And right, that was 2 years ago. 2 years of not being able to sit downstairs because when I first came here in March of 2022, he screamed at me, "You don't have to be down here all the time." And now there's another one. Yeah, no. I'm not living with you. And I know that's why your children don't want to live with you. All due respect, but there's no way I'm going through that again. Right. Just and in Norton, where I can't get away from you, you're not him. Like he is territorial and he was starting to do like marking and stuff, but like he stayed at his room all the time in his bed. Oh yeah, he was not like he would only pop up maybe if you were downstairs because of his territory business. He wasn't up your ass 24 hours a day trying to talk to you. No, he would probably only do that if I didn't go back to the room. You just go, hell no. And like I pick up on things like Scott, and then you can tell all of a sudden he's like, okay, I gotta go. because I came upstairs and Michelle left, and he's just like, she told me that he had her blocked on her phone. And then she goes, "Are you going to unblock me?" Where you just go, whoa. Okay, so you guys are all having issues with each other. Well, there's a lot of mental illness going on, especially when you have a family that's that disjointed and there's so much like background. I gotta go see what she's doing. Her taking a nap, good luck. Usually he's always the one with his bedroom door open that's supposed to respond if there's something going on down there. I don't. Oh, here comes his dog. Even his dog is going to retreat back upstairs now. There you go. You made it up. I think I took your towel you lay on the floor. Probably just looking for him. Hi. Let me make sure you have something to lay on. I think, yeah. Man, another trash bag. Scott was saying something about the clutter. I am not the person with the clutter. I didn't move all this stuff here. None of that stuff is mine. This is the only room that has anything of mine in it. I don't even keep my coffee cup down there. I mean, pots and pans, plates, nothing of mine is downstairs. That is all him and her stuff. All of my stuff ended up in a dumpster. And magically, everything they owned, even trash, ended up at this house. Yeah, I mean, that's. People probably hire companies to deal with that stuff. Like, honestly, you don't want to be a jerk, but if I was her, I would just put her in the car and take her to her house. Gather up whatever it is you think she's going to need. But I mean, clearly she sleeps in a hospital bed. But if she's got children of hers moving out, she must have a bedroom available, right? Just, you don't have to worry about me. I'll just go right back to a shelter. Right? Just, in this day and age, the way people are, she's in the world and stuff. It's just, I'm supposed to care about what a landlord's going to do? Are you kidding me? They threw all my shit in a fucking dumpster. Why would I worry what a landlord's going to do? They're not going to let me keep any of my shit. Every fucking time. You just go, they're not going to let me keep anything. They're not going to let me have a fucking income. Nothing. I just sit here going, doom, da da doom, doom. Anyways, in some respects, I can actually speak a little bit more openly. I don't want to piss her off, but clearly with him right there, it's a little bit dangerous. But I mean, he never said anything to me about anything I was saying online. Right, so that was just, like I said, seriously, dude, you're dead. I just was laying in the thing last night going, there's no possible way. Like, he's dead, right? I know you just go, oh my God, he's fucking dead. Jesus Christ. By last night, I mean probably about midnight, I was a little bit concerned because the bathroom door was closed. So I fell asleep and then went. This morning, I just got right up and went, I gotta face it at this point and go, oh my God, he's actually. I knew he was fucking dead when I called 911. You just go, you can just tell by the way he's positioned. And then when they came in, I was standing downstairs and I hear them say the word vigor. And I go, yeah, he's fucking dead. Oh my God, how the fuck is this person dead? He's like 57 years old. But really, obviously, poor health and wicked poor medical care. His father lived to be like 81 or 2, and he had the same medical condition I did, but he didn't smoke drugs. Yeah, and he jogged and stuff. But I mean, he had dialysis, everything. He had cancer. He constantly had cancer after he had a kidney transplant. But yeah, just that's unusual, I think, for this genetic pool. At least so far. Like I don't think her family, they don't have people dying young like that. I think they had one person that's like my generation that died from cancer out in Ohio. Yeah, her brothers and sisters are still living. I think has she only lost one of her siblings? She's like one of nine, yeah. So that's like unusual. He just had really bad health and really bad medical care and really bad mental health care, right? Just a big belly out like this, just that's a person who laid on a couch at least since I've been here. He had already been in that house for years when I got there. I mean, I've been here. This is the 14th year. So he probably spent almost at least like 20 years just laying down. Yeah, that is wherever he went, which is not this physical form, he's not a human being. I'm sure he's much better off. Once you go into God's hands, you just, yeah, just, he was doing those personas and stuff too. Like, there's a lot of things about him that are not nice. So just to have to listen to like the way that Cindy is, but you're not going to get involved. Let her have her thoughts and stuff about her brother. But you go, really? I mean, I can't even have a friend here, Cindy. Like you don't think God maybe went. It doesn't matter about Karen and Michael and Ryan and various other homeless people. Okay, they're not really. I think cutting it just. There wouldn't be any reason on God's green earth that those other two bedrooms didn't have two more people in it to save their lives. So, and just once again, it's gonna anything where I could help three people is gonna be taken right the fuck away from me. But just, honestly, I don't really want to be responsible for an 89-year-old's around the clock care when I take a walk like that every day. But just, he would do it, but basically, for the last probably year, all we do is go to a food pantry. That's basically the only amount of time he leaves her. Because if he goes down the street and goes to the store, I'm here unless I'm on my walk. She's opening that door again. I'm probably gonna have to shut and lock the door, but I think she knows how to unlock it and open it. I shouldn't judge people's grief, but to me, some of it seemed artificial. Yeah, some of it seemed artificial, but do you think there's any envy about she wants to know why God would take her son before her? Uh, well, uh, that's why this is a little bit confusing to me about, yeah, because you go, it would have made sense if they didn't shut my income off. Right, like, and now they're taking away the ability to get an income unless you were working. So, yeah, it's a little bit confusing to me, but it could be just God seeing what Cindy does with this, see what she does about it. So, she was saying that Tommy's the only person that she basically talks to. So she might want to really think about just taking her mother to her house with her then. Yeah, like she seemed really upset. So she was like, her and Tommy were forming some sort of a relationship. So if I didn't realize her children are all moving out of her house. So that's probably an indicator that she should just take her mother to her house. I mean, you certainly don't want to give up your house to rent a house and stay here. That's crazy. Yeah, that's even though there's a train right there, but people don't think like that. I mean, that's pretty risky to sell your house and then rent a house. Yeah, but it is what it is. Norton's pretty far away, but she's still driving. So I would assume she said he still has like a year or something, a year or two on that truck. They'll probably just come and take it. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have an estate, so who cares about his credit? I know the man's dead, so you just go, I don't have, I'm not paying for a truck and I don't drive, so tow it away. Even though we just fixed the thing, but tow it away. I don't know what to tell you about that trailer. I know because I think Scott's kind of like, I just got my own place. Why are you asking Mary about a trailer? Why would I need a trailer if I'm renting? I'm assuming he's renting something. Just the whole thing, just and then I go, yeah, you already asked me that. I don't care about that. Yeah, if you want to give it to Scott, she goes, oh, I already asked you that. Yeah, like it's been maybe 4 hours. You already asked me that. I thought it was weird at the time too. It's probably God going, can you see how this is? I would think, but people don't listen to what God says. She goes, is it possible that the guy died so that you couldn't force Mary to live with him after your mother dies? Like these people, because he wouldn't let me have Brian here. He he apparently after we were evicted, he allowed me to be evicted to the street, all my shit thrown in a dumpster, and then the VA talked to him and Cindy. Why was the VA not contacting me? I'm this woman's next of kin too, you know. Yeah, it just maybe not those two people, but it's like the VA is clearly criminally fucking insane. Get it? Okay, because that's the military. You people are damned. You're criminally deranged. Yeah, like it shouldn't make any sense to you where God has made you like literally insane. And it's just, you should be going, what the fuck is going on? Why would we go out of our way to make sure that this woman is fucking destitute? Because you're insane? God is showing you that nothing was a mistake. You're doing it intentionally. Anyways, yeah, because when I was at the shelter, I could have just brought Brian right back here. My friend Melissa could have lived here. She's not a drug addict. Those people aren't going to harm her. I know. I don't know what's going on with Patrick. It's just that they don't have access to the internet and you're clearly blocking everyone. Right. But all it takes is one bus and train ride and go, is anybody still here? I mean, Patrick's difficult to locate sometimes because he wasn't even at the shelter. Yeah, so you go, where is everyone? There isn't a reason. That's what I'm saying. The second that I would have a way to go, there isn't a reason for you to stay here. Right. And all of a sudden it's, well, I can do the thing. Okay. I'm sure she'll probably contact Scott and go, they're going to let me take over her money. So it's the electric bill. But uh, it's not my business. But the only thing is, if you're expecting me to be her caregiver, then it is my business about people who's going to be here. Not I'm going to be like Tommy, but we're not going to rent a room to a stranger. No, just I don't know what that was, but it sounds like something that Scott probably shouldn't even be doing. Yeah, like it sounds like something he doesn't really want to do. Because when someone is wishy washy like that, they don't want to do it. They should know that about themselves. Right? Like, and it's almighty. Apparently, God did him a favor by whatever the timing of that, even though it wasn't that long ago. Like if Jen actually something, I don't even think that's her on Facebook though. If something had actually ever happened to her and she was back at the shelter, uh, she has an income. I'm sure Jen Vickery could pay the electric bill. She collects Social Security. I mean, how much can an electric bill be in Massachusetts? Like, um, this came up too. She has to have cable TV though. That's probably why he kept it on because I think the cable is wicked expensive, but it comes out automatically out of her monthly income. So there seems to be about $1,000 of excess cash. So I don't know where that money goes. It may be possible that her entire check pays everything here, and there's a bit of lying going on, especially if he was using that money to pay for a truck and pay for his phone and pay for street drugs and pay for food. Then there was something weird going on. Yeah, I mean, clearly I'd have to get my situation with my Snap card fixed, right? Because if the rent's 2,500, I'm pretty sure the cable bill was like 400. Okay, so she gets 36. So when you take the 36 and minus 2,500, that's 1,600. So that's $1,000 to pay the electric bill. You don't pay water in a rental and then heat in the wintertime. So you would save some of that money, and I sure as fuck wouldn't use as much heat as they do. Yeah, so there seems to be I don't have a phone bill. I have a Assurance Wireless. So yeah, maybe just wait and see what the VA does before I flip out. All of that business may not even mean a thing. Right? Cindy may just decide she doesn't. Yeah, that's what she said. She goes, it is. It's kind of like a test for her. Like, okay, you're already comfortable. You're already able to live in your house, or your children were helping you pay the bills. Yeah, because this is the thing too. Is she actually would get money? She'd probably get even more money by taking her into her house because you get it if you are leaving your work to care for her. They pay her even more money. So, but the thing is, probably, yeah, the whole entire thing was probably a big, huge farce for 4 years. That's why it was probably so bad. I was in the shelter like that for what, 5 months? As a person has taken over a woman's income after telling her she doesn't have to get into an ambulance, right at the time where I would have taken over her income. Just, whoa. Yeah, just, whoa. Well, yeah, because she's gonna go. Are you gonna let your dog? Are you gonna let your sister go to a shelter with when there's really no reason for that? That's up to her. I see all sides of it. I really do. I see all sides of it. I don't even think it's that really that damning. It was more damning for him than her. Yeah, I gotta say. So, because we were already all living in that house when that happened. I was trying to do the same exact thing. And then a year later, just that happened. But what happened is they still managed to fucking get rid of me and hand it over to him. They still fucking managed to do it. Well, I guess in some ways they've got to hand it over to a fucking female at this point because I'm sure Jim doesn't give a fuck. So Candy obviously went like this in 2020. And so you have Cindy, Mary, and Kathy. So you're clearly going to have to hand that money over to a fucking female, whether you like it or not. Because you people are obviously fucking sick after that display in 2020 and 2021. Obviously. It's not automatic. It's denim savings, though. As interesting as that is, with the amount of walking I do. I know you go, okay, why would you? Okay, so you want to take control of your mother's finances, but you're going to have your sister Mary live in the house with your mother and provide to her care. Okay. Get what I'm getting at? Why is that making sense to a person? I think that's a good question to ask her if she thinks I'm mentally ill. Why wouldn't Mary just be, what is it called? Why wouldn't Mary just be the fistuary or whatever it's called? Why wouldn't Mary be doing that? If she's living in the house with the woman and providing her care, it's Dedham Savings. I don't know where the landlord lives, but it's called an envelope and a stamp. Because obviously, I've got to be given some amount of money to feed her. I have to be given some amount of this woman's money to feed her. I'm not a drug addict. Oh, yeah. You may find out at the VA that they go like this. Well, it doesn't mean they'll do it for Mary Gladys, but you may find out the VA that all of a sudden you get that fucking USSA card back in your fucking hand because you're not a drug addict. Because the whole thing is fucking bizarro. Why a woman's son needs other people to. You may find out that was never even going on. No, that he basically took over power of attorney over, and all this stuff is a bunch of horseshit. That's what he meant by he goes and gets a check. They deposit her money. It's not on a card anymore, apparently. They deposit her money, probably so other people can't use it. They deposit her money at Dedham Savings. And then I looked at his statement. I opened it up and looked at it. He gets a check because he told me this. Okay, that it was supposed to go on automatic, but they wouldn't do it. So maybe they did it for a year and a half finally, but now it's month to month, he told me. For some reason, he changed it to month after the year and a half went by. So maybe he thought that she was going to die, or that he was getting to the point where he didn't want to do it anymore. He kept talking about taking her to a hospital, like he didn't want to keep doing it. Or like he may have known he was not well, right? Like he may have been just really not feeling well and he knew it, right? And just sleeping more and more and all that. So, anyways, um, yeah, like she basically suckered him into something, and his own drug addiction was responsible for that. He just spent the last 4 years of his life doing that. Clearly, that's not why the man got a truck and a trailer. Yeah, because I remember when Candy left, he was supposed to take a Section 8 in Quincy. He just lost 4 years of his fucking life. He could have been a friend because he got enticed by it. He got enticed by the money, and he knew that he was a drug addict and being in charge. In a lot of respects, he had a pretty easy life, even though he didn't think he did. Yeah, between and Tom Kent paid the down payment on the man's house, and then for some reason, because Cindy was talking about it, it was almost like God was talking to her about how fucked up she sounds while she's talking, and who she's talking to, right? Because she kept repeating every time she was saying something about poor Tommy and all this great stuff he was doing. Then she would go into talking about how Tom Kent's family doesn't talk to him because of what happened with the sprinkler fitters and stuff. Right. So can you see how he never had to work a day in his fucking life? And every person that comes in the house, she's got to tell them how Tommy was doing everything. I don't know if Michelle and Scott went. Just because it's weird. It's weird. I mean, clearly the guy died. She's already like in reflection mood and stuff. And to me, it's just a totally different thing, I guess. So you just go, she has to make sure people know that he was doing everything and Mary is just here and she doesn't lift a fucking finger. Except to do piles upon piles of piss and shit. Oh, yeah. And then that day, when I first got here, I explained it in 2022, just the bed soaked and I had to strip it and wash it and just, really? I was walking to a fucking food pantry, Cindy, for a year. I don't know what you think I had to do. I did some light cleaning. This place isn't like you don't walk in here and there's fucking piss and shit everywhere. That's called light cleaning. I was doing this dude's fucking dishes. I know you just go, oh my fucking god. And he was doing everything. Mary does nothing. Okay. Some people, they're probably sitting there going, really? Look at this fucking table. This is different than 12 Flanagan Place. But yeah, I mean, he did try. That is true. That's what they were saying. He did try. That is true. But a person on a disability should never have been told to take care of another disabled person. It's all part of fucking shaming and atrocity. And all of it's orchestrated so that Mary Gladys has to die in a fucking shelter. Okay? It's really that sickening and disgusting. Really, really sickening and disgusting. Wait a minute. What if she calls people and they go to the. You called people. Get it? You just called 3 people to this fucking house and you don't even live here. Oh my God. She said something about bringing a homeless person in. You just called 3 fucking people into this house that when you don't even live here. No, she didn't say anything, but just in case those thoughts went into your head, I'm just letting you know that you're insane. Okay? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Did I call them? I mean, Scott, I'd probably call if I had his number. I have his number now. But I called people. She tried to get even more people to come here. So I don't want to hear a word in the next at least 16 days. It's going to take longer than 16 days for a landlord to get me out of here, by the way. Right. It's due by the 16th. And I'm sure the VA will probably go, do you need the rent paid for April? Because even if she's not staying here, wouldn't you pay your landlord for April? It's already April 2nd. Right. Do you need a check? Did you go to Dedham Savings and explain that the man died? Yeah, I mean, she's already talking to the VA, so I don't want to get involved. Right, you go, you realize that I asked you for that piece of paper and the man's body was just removed out of here today. Not I'm fucking incompetent. Well, there's witnesses because I go, do you have that piece of paper? Okay, you're taking it? Oh, you already called them and you don't even live here? Okay. That's why you go, I'm not going to fight you on anything. Okay, I can see that you're super aggressive. It's clearly in your hands. You're a nurse. You're a nurse that it specializes in geriatrics. Why would I tell you you can't take your mother out of here? That's insane. But put her in. She's even saying something about she's ready to get into the car. She doesn't want to stay here. She probably does not want to stay here with me. Did you think about asking her what she wants to do? Because she'd probably tell you that. She'd probably go, yeah, I mean, really? I would say she probably would want to go with her daughter to her daughter's house. I don't think she wants to stay here with me. And it's kind of like a constant reminder of Tommy, too. Yeah, so she's going to have to take that dog with her or bring it to the pound because I'm not taking a dog to a homeless shelter. You can't take a dog to a homeless shelter. And I'm not bonded to this man's dog. She likes dogs. That's why it works out. You could take her and the dog to your house. Right, we're already at she's going to come back here from Norton after calling in for work with her dog. Because she probably doesn't want to do it. So she needs to make up her mind, especially since she's already done all these things where she contacted the VA like I'm incompetent. That's the appearance. Because why didn't I call them? Because she had the piece of paper. As soon as I showed it to her, I found it in the room and went, oh, and she took it when I asked her for it. She's going to make copies of it and she already called you. So you discuss that with her. Since you don't think I fucking exist, a la 2021. I mean, really? You're not sitting there fucking watching this? Please. Maybe force her to do it. Maybe force her to do it. Because to me, it makes no sense. But yeah, they probably don't want to force a person to do something that they don't want to do because it becomes abuse and neglect, God forbid, after what I've witnessed the past 4 years. Just, that was a lot of screaming. That's the gist of him caring for her, is screaming at her to do it herself. That's what I told her. Screaming at her to do it herself, and then Cindy comes over periodically and does stuff. That's the gist of that type of care. Okay? He thought I was going to do his laundry when he brought me here. It was a struggle getting him to even do any dishes at all. She was doing dishes when I was brought here. I know you just go, what in the? He never cleans anything. I think, I shouldn't say he never did it. I think there was like once or twice he cleaned the bathroom. I did it a few times when I first got here, and then I started to get an attitude. And I told Cindy that several times. You go, really? I mean, I go, I do a lot more cleaning when a person is not telling me I can't have my boyfriend here. Get it? I mean, that's insane. It wasn't a requirement. He never said anything to me about cleaning. It was going to the food pantry, and then it was I had a ride with them in his truck to the food pantry. That was it. Thank God I wasn't required to watch television shows, eat meals with them. Some people do that to their hostages. Like on Thanksgiving, I would like you to join us for Thanksgiving. 857-346-9591. If your name is Jennifer Vickery and you're still living, or your name is Patrick, what's it? Aliavio. What's that Derek guy's last name? I text the phone number that I had for him. He's never going to answer me. He probably doesn't even have that phone anymore because I texted him last summer and he didn't answer me. It's probably not even his fucking phone number. Didn't he call and go, where'd you go? But he didn't. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't. Yeah. Anyways, Melissa doesn't have a telephone, and Brian Buchanan doesn't have a telephone. Can we go there today? It's been almost a year now. He would have been living here all this time. That's a long time to separate someone from his drug problem. Yeah, just that's why you go. He went right from his mother and father's house to his own house that his father paid the down payment on, and he was working at his father's brother's sprinkler fitter union. To his mother's house, to disability, to this house, living on his mother's disability. Okay, just seriously, and because I don't have an income, I'm just a nothing. It gets really just, how are you people this gross? How are you people this fucking disgusting? I definitely gotta eat something, I guess. I don't really want to have that stuff. I'll probably make some more pasta. God damn. He had taken, it's probably too early. I'll probably cook for her about 6 o'clock. He had taken ground turkey out. I put it back in the refrigerator. So clearly, I don't think any dinner meal was made last night. So I gave her a piece of cake, and then Cindy cooked her an egg. And then Scott brought pizza. So he took the rest of the pizza with him. I didn't know I had to eat it right at that second. It is carb week. He literally took it with him. Well, I would have put some on a plate and stuck it in the fridge. I didn't know. I thought you were going to leave it here. Oh, God. Outliving your kids. For some reason, I kind of thought that he was going to die before her. Because I feel kind of bad for thinking this before, but God looked ahead, right? And it seemed like he would have been too dangerous for me to live with because if he has the same condition she has, yeah, because he doesn't have the restraint that she does. And you saw how aggressive and scary she got. Yeah, I just remember 2020. I'm not going to be controlled. Huh? Yeah. Well, whoever Jared is, maybe Michelle says she doesn't talk to him. Maybe he'll decide to stop by. Someone said, I think Scott said he's in Norwood. Are they getting this off of Facebook? I know you just go, I thought you don't talk to him. How do you know things about people you don't talk to? I know I'm so bad. I usually don't talk about them. It's been a long time since I have, but you go, how do you know things about people you don't talk to? That's called stalking. Is it from Facebook? I don't know anything about people I don't talk to. I don't know anything. 857-346-9591. I know it's, well, I shouldn't say I know it's the number. That's the number that my phone says it is. So clearly people can't see it. People can't see me. They've got to be talking about the other channel that you people deleted. Well, there you go. Remember when you tried to make me think that Tom Kent was doing that? Now you can see it's not him, right? Are you doing that from the morgue? That was pretty bad when you people were doing that. Yeah, like that's pretty bad. I knew it wasn't him doing it. But you just go, that is. It's sad, but it's not because I believe in God. Yeah, it's sad, but it's not. And that's a pretty quick way to go, obviously. Not that I'm not saying I want that to happen to me, but it's a pretty quick way to go. There's a lot worse ways to go. I don't know about the poops. Like Cindy, this is the thing. They didn't flush the toilet, neither did Cindy. You go, you guys didn't even think to flush the toilet? Okay. She examined the toilet but didn't flush it. I noticed, was it yesterday morning? It might have been yesterday morning because that toilet doesn't flush that good all the time. That there was like a similar type of poop in there. And I don't know if that's his regular poops. I mean, obviously, we flush toilets. Yeah, you go, I don't know, like it seems gastrointestinal upset or something. But yeah, like he straight out said he was gonna start working on his truck, um, but it was raining. And then he got up. I think he said he got up Saturday morning, but he felt sick. Wasn't it Sunday he fixed it? Because today's only Tuesday, right? Okay. So I'm pretty sure it was Sunday he fixed it. So that must have been the day he said it didn't feel good. So that's only one day. Yeah, he didn't say what he meant by sick. And I know when I got here in 2022, he told me he had been having headaches. And it seemed to me like, I don't know, I shouldn't even say that. It's not true. I was going to say it seemed like he was laying down more, but that's not even true. Yeah. After Candy left, he had to be up a lot more. He was flat down for what, 12 years at least. So he had to be up more to do stuff for her. But that's literally the only time he was up. Yeah, so he may have been like in wicked poor health for quite some time, but he just was laying down all the time. He may have been gone 10 years ago if he wasn't doing that. I remember I told the medical examiner when I came up here, he told me he'd gone to the doctors and his blood pressure was like 200 and something over 100 something. And he was mad because they didn't even give him blood pressure medication. And you can see there's no pressure medication in there. Why wouldn't you give a person blood pressure medication? Yeah, that is pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I would assume he had Mass Health, but that doesn't mean he did. Remember that business when he had to get his teeth taken care of? When I first came up there? And Candy and Norm spent like $400 to take a dog to a vet. I'm not the nicest of people either, but yeah, like, I don't know. I doubt it. I don't think so. Like, in terms of like, in the past, like 6 months, I think 6 months a year, God is like continuously reminding me because I'd start to feel bad about stuff with him, and he explained to me about his personas and stuff. Like I wasn't supposed to feel bad for him, and you go, is it possible it's because God knew he was going to die? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think, yeah, so I don't think God teaches you to not care that a person dies. But I think 2020 was kind of like the end of the line with me and him when he wouldn't let Karen and Michael come back to the house. Because it's like this, I knew they weren't going to stay because of the conditions of the house, and it's so far away from Quincy. She worked. Yeah. Like I knew they weren't going to stay. It was the fact he said no. It's like they would have stayed for a day and she would have gone, I'm out of here. And he would have went with her. Michael goes everywhere Karen goes. So this Brian thing last year, you just go, and then he disappears and he might be dead. You go, do you realize that my fiance might be dead because of you? Does anybody care about that? Is Brian a good person? Did he deserve to die in the fucking street? Especially when you find out, and I knew it the whole time, especially when you find out that this guy isn't paying a bill here. The only thing that he ever claimed he paid at first was the electric bill. I heard him talking to her, telling her that he pays the electric bill. Someone knows if that's even true or not. Okay. That's the only bill he claimed to until the last, like, what was it, like 2 weeks ago? 2 or 3 weeks ago, he starts talking about the cable bill and goes, oh, yeah. He starts telling me all this stuff he has in his room, cable, this, that, and the other. And then he goes, I'm paying up the news or whatever for it. And I just, in my mind, went, are you fucking kidding me, dude? It's paid automatically. I used to get the emails. I set it up for her. It's paid automatically unless the VA changed it. But you go, when was it changed? Remember that? When I was on the ground? Because it was on Facebook. It may still be on Facebook because they shut it off in June of 2022. So just go, if they'll let you scroll back to January and February, does it say something about I was getting emails from RCN still about the payment? And I thought she was in a nursing home. And I was like, how are they still deducting this money? And then magically, I never got another email from them. And he showed up in Quincy Center because he probably got worried I was going to figure out where they were living. Yeah, just if everybody is spying on everybody's Facebook and that Facebook was visible, that's when he would pick up the phone to RCN and tell them to stop emailing me the receipts. Because I'm the one who set it up for her. That's why it went to my email. She asked me to do it, I don't know, 2018, 19, 20, something like that. She asked me to set it up for her, and I did. I know I used to do her Catholic things, and then and he used to get angry, and then because he said she can't afford it, when I didn't do it, she wanted me to give them $1,000 once, and I went, okay, you better have Tommy do that, because he was in the house then. And I went, I don't know if I'm going to do that. She used to do 100? It was like 50 or 100. I would do it for her. I would pay. Remember when I was ordering those lotions for her face and stuff? I know you just go, nope, I'm incompetent. I'm not incompetent, folks. I just don't have an income and I'm not aggressive. Right? You just go, but I gotta say, I think that you should ask her what she wants to do, and she probably wants to go to Cindy's. Because she was like, all I have to do is get in the car and da 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 da. Yeah, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't even have to worry about all this stuff. I'm sure you probably forgot all the things that you had at your house by now. I don't know what she's got for children living in her house anymore. Because at first you go, well, then you get to spend time with some of your grandchildren. But I don't know how much of that is true. She said, was it was it Justin that got a place and Jake? That's it then, right? And those are the only children she had, so she's in her house by herself now. Well, I got myself another year of being able to follow my program. So maybe it's time for me to die. So if I have to die bloated up in a fucking homeless shelter in Boston, then so be it. It's a complete damnation of a fucking populace. Not you're supposed to do it. Believe me, you're already fully damned. Not you're supposed to keep doing it to me. Right, because you go, how come Tom Kent didn't die in a shelter? They have toilets there to vomit blood and fall over or whatever the fuck. I'm not a forensic specialist, but I didn't see any splash marks anywhere. I gotta say, yeah, like I didn't see any splash marks anywhere. It makes sense because of the strain when you're pooping. I think that that's probably a pretty common place for people to die, believe it or not. Like, say that you were about to start vomiting all that blood in your room, and you like thought you would like had food poisoning or something. Yeah, that would make sense that you would sit on a toilet, but there was poop on it. And to me, it didn't look like he basically did a poop and then stood up to wipe himself or something. Yeah, he was so close to the toilet from what I recall. I only opened the door like this and closed it again, like, oh my fucking god, you're actually dead. Yeah, just a total frog pose like that. I'm not an expert, but I don't know if a person would fall like that unless they just slipped off the toilet. I'm sure they took pictures. Right, it is a small space, but you gotta figure you're on a toilet. You're on a toilet, so you stand up and then you fall. Wouldn't you? I don't know, maybe you would. I don't know, And it was like Saw. That's probably what they were thinking too. Remember that thing from yesterday? It's called, yeah, that's God talking right there. That light coming in on the video, that's supposed to give people peace, but nothing can even be discussed because people are so fucking insane. Remember that? The funerary dude? And I go, I think it's a little, I don't think it's really time for that. Not for Mary, for someone else. I'll say this too because I don't think I've ever been in a house before where a person died. You don't really get any sense that anything has happened. Yeah, that's kind of surprising to me. Like you don't all of a sudden go, something is terribly wrong. Yeah, like I even went to sleep. Like even though I did. I was like, okay, I guess I'll go downstairs and use the toilet. That seems like a long time, but anyways, you don't like get that sense like something is maybe it's different when you're like married or it's your kid or something. You know how people say that? I don't know if I believe it, but I mean clearly I didn't have that type of relationship with them. But you know how people say that they're like when their kid goes missing or something and they go, I just knew that they were gone. Let me see. Well, I'm breaking down and emailing this Nikki Cage person, but I think I did it already by the slim, slim chance that it actually was my daughter, but I really don't think so. I think that you people um, were actually not allowing anybody to contact me. Right? Like, it's kind of amazeballs that you actually let Scott answer my text. Right. But because it just seems to me like you're doing some really fucked up thing where you started telling people that you were reuniting families. My family was 6 minors. Okay. That would be the family that I had. So that's it. So if you could stop this relentless fucking bullshit about the Kent family, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Well, if they don't want to talk to me or they're deceased, but other than that, I don't have a family because both sides of this family were contacted when this first happened to me. Right? Even today, they're contacted. Everybody just keeps acting like this is fucking normal. I just view all these people as extremely mentally insane, just like you folks. I view these people as extremely fucking mentally insane. Do not give a fuck about anything that fucking happens to me. Nothing. I don't know if maybe Tommy was starting to feel like that at the end. Right, like just the culminating, and maybe that's why he never said anything about, at least to me, about talking about everybody. Right, like he probably maybe he was thinking like that at the end too, just like the culmination of everything, just like this is so fucking insane, and just first it was I had to listen to Alyssa has a fucking Section 8. Now she's in Mattapan. Now I got to listen to all these other people that are getting their own place. And you just go, oh yeah, Scott, you're supposed to immediately get this, that, and the other. It's like, how many fucking years are you people going to keep talking like that? Because yours is a terminal illness. You're supposed to get this, that, and the other. Supposed to get a lot of things like fucking children and alimony and eyeglasses and a fucking SNAP food card and emergency housing, fleeing a fucking domestic violence with 6 minors. Yeah, this isn't supposed to be happening. So probably that's probably gonna make someone like him even more fucking nervous because you just go, all right, this is like, does he have Social Security now or something? How is he working? You know, he said something about getting his business set up and stuff, and you just go, I feel like I'm seriously in the fucking twilight zone right now. Where are you people getting all this funding from to be doing this shit? You don't just walk in a house and go, you're still just in a room like this? Yeah. Yep. And now I'll be back to a fucking shelter. Just clearly these people can just fucking dispose of us like they did my fiance. And just no one gives a fuck. But did Tommy believe in God? Okay. Have that conversation, I guess. What does that mean? Did he go to heaven if he believed? There you go. Jesus God. I gotta cook some of these chicken breasts, yeah. I didn't switch out my bottles this morning because for obvious reasons. I don't even know if I should bother doing that now. To be honest with you, I don't know if I'm gonna need to use a cooler with him gone. He was the one who kept me on my fucking food. She doesn't really have the ability to do that. So I guess I'll just bring my strawberries as it is. Put them in the regular refrigerator. Like I actually could put my soda in the regular refrigerator. guess I'll cook the chicken first. Put these down in the freezer and then I'll cook something. I oh boy. I think she's gonna try to sleep. Try to take a nap. I was telling Cindy, it's probably not gonna matter because the more I think about it, she's probably gonna just take it to her house because that just seems like an expense that's like ridiculous. So, yeah, it sort of does people well to just tell themselves that somehow, some way, they'll suddenly give me a means to live in housing, right? Because I would think you want $3,600 a month. Yeah, especially if you're sort of getting a little bit tired of working yourself, and then you can spend all that time with your mother before she goes. So, well, this is the thing with me. If stuff wasn't so fucked up in Quincy, I can't go back to Quincy again. I mean, last year, I don't even know if anything really happened with the staff, but you just go, that would seem fucking crazy at this point because you go, these people they want me dead. So it seems that would seem not a thing to do, to be honest. They've never even texted me, those people. And I was supposed to be getting a voucher for a place to live. You just go, it's been a year. It was a year in May. I suppose I could text them. And then they probably won't answer me. The chick's probably not even working there anymore. Uh, that's the person from. When's the last time? Okay, this is the one. See if she answers me. This is the person that they said was my caseworker, that Daniela person. And the last time that we've had a text was June 29th. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. 8 months. You see a voucher in my hand? Okay. She hasn't even texted me. She probably doesn't even work there anymore. I know you just go. According to their website, that place across the street isn't even a shelter anymore. It's a day shelter. Right, so this would be the time where you pretend you don't know where I am. If you still work there, you would pretend you don't know where I am. Well, what I think is interesting is she still there? Or just the phone isn't even on? Because in the past, when you text her when she wasn't at work, you got an automated message saying that she wasn't at work. Just weirder things have happened, like they still have that fucking building open. I know you just go, about to find out if Jen Vickery's actually at that shelter or not. Right, you just go, it's pointless to go, have you, is there any news about my voucher? It's pointless to say that. It really is. Well, I was just downstairs thinking about this. It's probably really good that I was here when that happened and I wasn't at the shelter for her sake, because I don't know how many days it would be before Cindy would think to come over here. Yeah, just that would be pretty. She doesn't know how to use a phone, right? She has a house phone, but she doesn't know how to use it. Yeah, she used to have a cell phone and Tommy never replaced it, and I don't even know if she'd know how to use a cell phone, but that would have been pretty upsetting. So I will say that it's a good thing that I was like here at the time and not the shelter. I mean, it definitely could have been worse in terms of what I viewed. Yeah, because I didn't take like a long gander. Just you just see someone laying on the floor, you'd pretty much know the person's dead, especially when you know the night before you were questioning the amount of time in the bathroom. But based on what the medical I know, because at first when the cop was talking, I go, "Oh my god!" So now I feel like guilty. But based on what the medical examiner was saying, yeah, I mean, we'll find out because they're gonna do an autopsy. But it sounds like when Jerry said that Charlie died. So he may have had something going on with his liver or his, yeah, that because of his high blood pressure. And clearly he didn't smoke cigarettes, but clearly he spent a lot of the time smoking. But I told the cops recently, I really haven't been smelling him. Like it seemed like he was trying to stop using. Yeah, or like he didn't have the money for it or something. I really didn't notice him smoking drugs like that. I think like maybe last month I smelled marijuana, but I'm not an expert on drug use. But that's a little bit weird, all those pills in the medicine cabinet. Obviously, when Cindy gets back, I'll tell her, I'll go, yeah, there's a medicine cabinet in the bathroom I've never opened, and it's like a million bottles of that medicine just full. He wasn't taking it. Yeah, like every time you saw a pill on the table, like that, was he just not even taking it? It was a common thing he would do too. I don't know if I wondered if he was doing it for attention. Yeah, like that happens with people that are mentally ill. By the way, they don't like taking their meds. I think he claimed that he was on disability that wasn't a psych. And I know at one time, Candy had to talk to some lawyer. Like for some reason, he had to do an update, and Candy had to talk to the guy. Like Candy was his next of kin or something at that time. Yeah, because I remember I was sitting in the den. This was like, oh, God, 10 years ago. Probably like 10 years ago. I'm not kidding you, a long time ago. And he was saying something about, yeah, I can't really, look for work, blah, blah, blah. So I assumed he was collecting for like PTSD or something. He had something happen to his knee, but not like when I first came up here, and he had a surgery on his knee. But I don't think he was collecting for that. He would like start. It takes him like a million years to do something. It's kind of surprising he fixed his truck that fast, and he probably did it because he didn't feel good. That explains a lot. Because there had already been a week. It had already been an entire week that the truck was broken because he had to wait for the part to come, and then it rained for like 3 days. So that's probably the only reason he did it in a day, is because he didn't feel good. Yeah, because it took him forever to do something. Like he would move something like this, right? And then he'd have to take a break. Like everything he does. And one of his problems was he completely overthought everything. Like he had like way too much thinking, and like he must have been constantly like this, redirected all the time. Yeah, like wicked severe, like running thoughts, or ADD as they call it. Yeah, just he started talking about measuring the water for the coffee one day, and I was like that was like a mathematical equation to figure out the units of the coffee and stuff, and I was like, oh my God. I know. I'm gonna be 53 next month. I don't know. I'd like to know what is going on with, like, if anybody ever heard anything about Brian. Well, it would be kind of eerie to me if he actually died, because I'd be like, maybe I'm gonna die soon. I wouldn't think that because I've been feeling really, really good lately. I probably didn't check off today, and I didn't take the trash out because he probably does it at night. I don't think the trash barrels were put out, so I got to make sure I do that. I better write it down. Put trash out. If she, yeah, like, wouldn't it have made more sense? She wasn't thinking. Wouldn't it have made more sense to just pack her up and take her with her? I think she's probably planning on spending the night, so it seems like she doesn't have it in her mind to take her to a house, but she's working. She would have to probably stop working, especially if she doesn't have any of her children at her house anymore. I'm pretty sure she said Jake was moving out too, to Dorchester. She said Justin got a place and Jake, that's it. Because Scott's the only other kid, right? Josh is the one that doesn't have any contact with her. So she's a homeowner, right? So I don't have to worry about her thinking to move in here. But she's a homeowner. Well, the positive thing about that is she probably wouldn't care if I had someone over here. But you never know how a person's gonna act once they get in charge. That's what the problem is with this family. People change. Yeah, it's like when he said that, Karen, I'm like, remember, I couldn't go back to the house from Quincy when I was never kicked out of the house unless I was alone. Remember that? And I wasn't even gonna go back at all. But that's when Karen was like doing weird stuff. But anyway, it would be. I wish Melissa had a telephone. Clearly, if she had a telephone, I would have stayed in touch with her all this time. And Patrick, right? It's just it sucks that they deny us telephones. That you people deny us telephones all the time. I can't see me taking my laptops with me. Yeah, just. And the only thing I could see is if Cindy let me store like one basket of stuff at her house, that would be awesome. I mean, I don't know if I'm ever gonna have housing. I really wouldn't count on that. I really wouldn't count on it, but it would make me probably feel less depressed. you know, like I don't know. It's really kind of like I guess that I got like 2 pairs of boots when I had the income. Yeah, and my fur coat. Yeah, like it really would be like one basket. That would be nice if I could store one basket of stuff at our house. But yeah, as weird as it sounds, I would go back to a shelter because I can't just be hauled up in Norton. I've been to Cindy's house before, and it's just I can't do it. Yeah, I can't live with her. Yeah, I can't live with her, and there's nowhere to go. There's nothing in Norton, and I don't even have a Snap card anymore. So you go, no, and I just know how she is. She has to accept that about herself. I'm not saying she's a bad person, but she has to accept it about herself that she's never gonna be able to let me live at her house like that without paying anything. She didn't even want Lucas to stay there. Yeah, like she's got to accept that about herself. And clearly, I don't work, and these people are not going to give me Social Security. So it's just she'd end up kicking me out anyways, and then I'd have to figure out how to get from Norton to Boston. Just cut to the chase and go. No, I'm just going to the shelter. Been down that road. It is. I mean, that is God doing that, and I don't know what to tell you people, but right because I clearly don't believe in that. Right? It's just you have people that took over your government that they destroyed my family, and then they keep trying to say that they keep trying to make me live with these people when it's a fucking madness. No, you just uh, why are all these other people getting housing? Why aren't they being forced to live together? Do you get it? Yeah, I mean, clearly you have people, like I told you, because of this, and they're completely fucking obsessed with me in some sort of horrifying negative way. So I'm sure every single person, like Blair and Charlie, that have died out there, everybody thinks there's a reason it's supposed to be going on. It's just a horrifying, murderous insanity. So I'm just one of many when it comes to that, believe me. So I think she's back up again. So she did not successfully take a nap because I hear movement. Put the phone back in the thing. A lot of those people that end up in the shelter, it's after their mother dies. They usually, it would be like she died and then he'd end up at the shelter. But it seems like some of those COVID people, it's this. That was my first thought in 2020 when they kept showing those people. It sounds like she's running this thing. people think of me? I know. I was sitting down there today just listening to these people talking like I'm in awe of it. And I just go, I wonder what these people think of me. Like, am I like a completely mentally insane person, or how come mentally ill people don't get incomes? Like, how do Tommy and Barbara have incomes? Aren't they both on a psychiatric disability? I'm gonna have to go down there probably. She's helped a little bit. Hello. So, have you thought about unblocking me from the internet and my telephone? Also, I called the Snap office again today in case you missed that part. They're still not answering the telephone. So, that would have been nice to know before I went out to a shelter because last year they renewed the card before I left here and went to Quincy. How is she going to give me a ride to a Snap office, by the way? But just some of the stuff, it's like, I have a couple of dollars. I could take the train in there. I don't need a ride. Like, people treat me like I'm mentally incompetent. Who's gonna stay in a house with her if you give me a ride somewhere? That's why I got annoyed. I went, I don't need a ride. There's a train and a bus right there, Cynthia. I walked to Quincy, by the way. It's a 7-mile walk. Like, if you were here tomorrow morning and babysitting her, I could walk right out to Quincy, right to that Snap office. It's only 7 miles from here. I did it all last summer. It's not about that. I didn't want to have to do that. No, you just go. Obviously, I would like to have a Snap card before I go to a shelter in Boston. So as you can see, that person doesn't even text me back because God knows what the hell goes on at that shelter now. After a whole nother year of these people try to kill me. I was out there vomiting in the streets. Okay. Okay. Now she's going to start sending me photographs of her and Barbara and Tommy. Okay. So you're getting the dog and driving back here? Okay. Well, it's sort of like when the father died, right? You just, I don't like have that type of bond to you guys. I know it probably seems weird after 13 years of this. Okay, just not really getting it. I explained it to her. I tried to put this woman in an ambulance in 2020, and he told her and the EMT she didn't have to. Okay, and then he took over her finances and moved her into this house after I was evicted to the street and all my stuff was thrown in a dumpster. Okay, and I've asked him not once but 2 separate times if street homeless people I know could come to the house, and he told me no. He said no to me in 2020 when he was living in his mother's house and she was still writing checks. He had no authority to be doing that. Right, like one of the people was my fiance that may actually be dead. As you can see, I'm not with him. So if he was able to come back here, he'd probably still be living in this house with me today. So I've known several people that are street homeless, like Patrick. So some people, it's like they just don't get it. I think Tommy had that attitude too about certain people, by the way, towards the end of his life, since I was living with him. So I think there was a bunch of people that he didn't give a fuck about anymore either. It sounds like the whole family is doing it. They're all falling apart at the seams. That's what it sounds like. Like, I don't know what people think, right? Because you got a glory out of destroying my fucking life when I would still have contact with my children because I'm not you, Fook. Right. So then when I see you again, you're forced to admit that you don't even have any fucking children anymore. So it's just the nature of the beast, I guess. They don't even ask. No, they don't even ask anything. What's going on with me? Did I ever get housing? Did I ever get an income? They don't even ask me. Just, I'm gonna have to go back to the shelter because I don't have an income. I have no idea why she's working. I don't know if that's some new thing they're making people do. It's like, why aren't you just in your house taking care of your children? Doesn't your husband work? Don't you have a Section 8? I have no idea. They might be making people fucking work now. This is what she tells me too, that Barbara still has a Section 8 and a house. That she was letting Jared and Lucas live in her Section 8. You just go, do you have dementia? Or that's actually going on? That she was letting Jared and Lucas live in her Section 8, but they were fighting all the time, so she told Jared he had to get out. How the fuck does she have a house and a Section 8 and I'm like this? You're not at all concerned? I would think you'd be concerned. It's just like the talking and stuff, and just, I don't know. I don't know what these people think about me. Like, you just go, there's nothing they can do. But it's just the whole conversations just seem bizarre and insane to me. I'm sorry. That seems bizarre and insane to me. You've got to be like sort of just going, okay, so wow, he's dead already at 57. What the hell's going to happen to us? Probably a similar thing. So, with all those thermonuclear weapons and all that driving, I gotta go see what she's doing. Got this dish soup too that they had last week.
No, she hasn't come yet. I think she's spending the night here. Cindy's spending the night here because she went to get her dog. No, she went to get her dog. Cindy went to get her dog. Oh. Yeah, I'm cooking some
No meal today.
Trucks. Almost trucks.
Yeah. No meal though. That's weird. But I guess maybe we don't get meal every day. I don't know. I don't usually track it. Oh boy. Dog. I see that. I see that piddle there. I just mopped this floor today. I see that. What is that? I'm not dripping anything. Do you need to go outside? I'm gonna have to find a leash for you because I don't like this just letting you out the back door business. Oh God. So, anyways, eventually, probably after she comes back, start looking at the fake news. I guess right now I'm cooking chicken because I'm gonna have to eat something since it's 6:10. I don't know. They're gonna do an autopsy. I'm not a doctor. Like even they wouldn't say anything. The people that were here was like EMTs, the police, the medical examiner. It was like CSI, then the people that come and take the person out. A bunch of people. It's like takes hours. I had no idea it takes that long too. It takes a long time for them to come and not take the person, but I guess they have to make sure that it's not like a crime. They have to make sure it's not like a homicide before they remove the person. So, they just said that it looked like blood came out of his nose and his mouth. There was like a whole puddle of blood. And he clearly had been on the toilet because his pants were down. There was poop in the toilet. I'm not a forensic person, but it looked like he probably died on the toilet and just went bloop. And then probably the blood came out afterwards. So. Like a aortic dissension, is that what they call it? Yeah. I think sometimes if your portal vein in your liver backs up, I think you have stuff like that too. But again, I'm not a doctor. So I know that he had extremely high blood pressure that was uncontrolled. He wasn't even on medication. And that he said he felt sick on Sunday morning. He was obviously overweight and had a very large abdomen. So, yeah, like a lot of dudes that you see nowadays. So whatever that is. As far as I know, he did not have polycystic kidney disease, by the way. I'm pretty sure everybody in the family was tested after Tom Kent announced that he had it. And I'm the only one of his children that has it. I'm pretty sure most people die from those. Didn't remember that? What was that guy's name? That Canadian guy that was an actor that did the hockey too. He died from that. So did John Ritter. Yeah, that's it. It's a thing that happens to people. Like it's like your main artery tears, and it's just yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could see that probably happen with your liver, but I don't know how all that internal stuff works. I don't know how that all that internal stuff works. Like yeah, I mean, minus the blood, I would have thought like a sudden cardiac arrest given his, sedentary lifestyle and high blood pressure and his obesity. But I think they do have heart problems in the family. She had stents put in, and so did Candy. Yeah, she used to take high blood pressure medication. Uh, Tom Kent had polycystic kidney disease, but his lifestyle was actually more healthy than mine. He never smoked. He never smoked drugs or cigarettes, and he jogged like a couple mile and a half a day. He did the Boston Marathon once. He lived to be like 80 or 81 after a kidney transplant and several bouts of cancer. So, but I'm pretty sure he was around my age when he started having dialysis. Yeah, like I was like 16, like I was saying when we went to Disney. He took Jim and I, him and Lorraine took Jim and I. I guess Lorraine died too in 2021. I just found that out from Cindy today. And her son died. So, anyways, she lived a few more years after Tom Kent that she just died. That's amazing. She must have been, I don't know if her family was taking care of her or she had like Alzheimer's. But, anyways, Tom and Lorraine took Jim and I to Disney when I was 16. And I'm pretty sure he was on medication then. So it was about that age yeah, I think it was about that age. Was I 14 or 16 when I got tested for it? I already had multiple cysts on my kidneys when I was like 14 or 16. In a way, you wish you never got tested for it, but in some respects, it may have actually altered some of my behavior. So, well, I can't even say it's actually quieter. It's yeah, because now the dog is gonna lie continuously. I'll see if it wants to go downstairs, but he spent most of his time in his room, and I spend most of my time in this room. It's just a bizarre situation, so it's not really like that noticeable. Right. It's just that clearly, if I was gonna stay here, I've got to constantly be basically this person requires 24-hour care. So I would never have that door to my room closed again. Yeah, he used to keep his bedroom door open all night long. He would close it in the daytime, but at nighttime, I'm pretty sure he left it open in case she was calling for him or something. So I would never have to have that door closed again. No, that's why it's open. he's got a pretty nice view from that room. So he got to enjoy that for 4 years of his life, or 3 years. I keep messing it up because it was like 2021 they moved here. So 22, 23, 2.5 years of his life. And he owned a house once too, like I said, all by himself. I don't know how many years he was in that house. It was in Stoughton. That was a pretty decent house, especially for a single person with no children. He had like a huge backyard that backed up to a school, which is probably not good because he was a sex offender. So, I mean, I don't know if he ever actually did anything to anybody, but he definitely was a sex offender. So, I told you the business about being at the house.
Where's the puppy?
It doesn't mean he's ever doing anything though. You want to go downstairs?
Come on.
You want me to carry you downstairs?
Come on, are you up there? Come on. Or are you up there?
I think you have to be carried, don't you? Don't you fall? Come on. I can carry you down. I don't want you to bite me though.
Where's my dog? I need my dog. I need my dog.
Well, that's why I want to carry you, so you don't fall.
Don't fall down.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
Don't fall down.
Want me to carry you?
There you go. Yes. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. You want me to carry you? I can carry you. It's like Tommy does. This is what Tommy does, right? Okay, there you go. That's probably why he does it like that. You can get through the interest. Visit with Barbara. He's in there. He's laying down on the thing. The dog, he's in there now. I brought him down. Yeah, he's right there. No. What's the longest that could go on for? Like a week or two, maybe? I would say probably after about a week or two, she'll stop doing that. I really don't think she's as out of it as people think she is. She's probably just still sort of like in shock, and that's just her. She's always going to be histrionic like that. I know I sound heartless, but I'm just being truthful about what I think. So probably after about a week or two, she'll stop doing that. Asking where he is. If Tommy brought the dog down. Obviously, after you attend a week in a funeral, it's definitely awesome that Cindy's dealing with that. I don't like some of the stuff. I sound like a complete asshole, but anyways, it's not really. But sometimes in life, you have to do things you don't really want to do. That's what I know. I think he wanted to do it until it got to the point where she couldn't do anything anymore. And then it became a nightmare for him. I gotta say, like, I really think that he was done with it. And it was just, what the fuck am I gonna do now with this person? Yeah, like, I think by the time he brought me here in 2022, he was already thinking that. I'm just gonna be totally honest because it seems to me, based on what he did and the amount of time it took him to go out to Quincy, he was probably just like, fuck her. And then, because when I got here, the truth seemed to come out. She told me they were having screaming fights. The cops had been here. He smashed a TV. Just some of the stuff. Like, every single day they were having a screaming fight. And like I told you, her whole bed was saturated in urine.
As soon as I got here in 2022, I stripped her bed and washed it. So I presume that's why he went to Quincy. He was still driving Michelle's kid to hockey and stuff then. He was still trying to have somewhat of a life. Like his life became basically nothing, like worse than it had been before. And it was just, well, in sort of a tragic way, in the past week, as I reported, he was actually getting her up every single day. It was getting better after like a bout of not good because of her depression. Yeah, like, but clearly the past 2 years of this dude's life have been terrible. Like, it's just every day that's your entire life going down there screaming at someone to get up and wipe their ass and put this there. And, oh, yeah. And then you're just laying back in the bed, maybe not feeling well or whatever. And then you've got to get up. Even when he doesn't want to get up, he had to get up to cook her food twice a day. Like, it's like, I understand what Cindy's saying, but you go, really, Cindy? I mean, come on. He doesn't brush her hair. Like the clothes aren't even folded down there. He wasn't even doing the laundry. I think maybe he did it once in a while, but some of the stuff I've had to wash in the past couple of weeks is like mind-boggling. But anyways, um, yeah, just he clearly was running out of money too, so it's a little bit concerning. Yeah, like I noticed before I went to the food pantry, I didn't notice it before, that he wasn't even getting his Cumberland Farms coffee he always got. So I don't know, yeah, what was going on. It might be because it was the winter time and he has to buy fuel. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but obviously she got paid yesterday. Yesterday was the first, so I'm sure her Dedham savings account has plenty of money in it. And I don't know when he gets paid. She said something about notifying Social Security. I don't know if you even need to do that. If you're not accessing his money, it's a death certificate. Yeah. I mean, I guess some things I wouldn't bother with myself, right? Just, you might want to find out if he has a bank account separate from hers. Like, how's he getting his money? She took his wallet too. I know you go, okay, well, I guess you're Tom Kent's next of kin. I know you just go, it, I honestly, there's some things I don't want to be bothered with. But it's funny that all the things have to do with finances, isn't it? Property and finances. They all do the same thing. I've watched it when I watched it when Al's great grandmother died. I watched it. So I'm aware of what people do. Tommy did it when his father died. They come back from the hospital and he goes, he didn't leave us anything. And I'm just like, really? I mean, I don't even talk to the dude. I wouldn't expect him to. But I mean, yeah, they all do it. It's got to be some sort of like quasi coping mechanism. They all do. It's like she's got to have this. I said, can you ask them to get to for the keys in the phone, the keys in the phone, the wallet. I think the wallet was for his ID and like something that tells us how he pays the rent. That's what I was thinking. Because I'm like, there's no way in hell he paid the rent already. Like yesterday was the first. I don't think he does anything on the first. Or I guess you pay it on the 16th. You pay it on the 16th, or he knows that's the last day you can pay it. Because when I first got here, he decided to go to South Carolina and he was like a month and a half late in the rent, he told me. He just kept calling the guy and like asking for an extension or something. You just go, so you have the wallet. Why don't you see if there's any money on his card before they shut it off? Duh. Oh no, you get in trouble for that. Get in trouble? I don't even have a bank account. Get in trouble? Like, how would I do anything? I don't know if you get in trouble. I don't think he gets paid on the first. She knows. I don't know. I think he gets paid. He gets paid twice a month, I think, and I don't think it's on the first. Right. So I'm sure he's got some kind of cards in his wallet that indicate if he has a bank account. But is Mary Gladys even going to be privy to that? I know you just go, whoa. Yeah, life is like that. I just spent 13 years living with the person. You spent 0 time living with him. None, 0 time living with him. He was living with me in that house and this house. I just spent 13 years living with the person, but you're his next of kin. Okay. No, sometimes it's good to have a person who that's what she wants to do, then let her do it. Right. But I'm just pointing something out to you. You go, if you're anywhere you're living, if you're living with people, right, and you've never like been around a family when a family member dies, prepare yourself. They all do it. You just, for me, that's why I have nothing to do with. I've never had anything to do with this woman's money, ever. I just go, seriously? I mean, I renounced my friggin' house in Florida after spending 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I spent 5 years trying to get a man to divorce me before I went, you know what? Fuck out of here. 5 years trying to get a man to divorce me. I don't battle war over money and property. Nope. So, unfortunately, they didn't buy the house. But what is weird to me is that this house was sold that like July of 2021, just so that these people could pay a rent on it and not own it. You go, me, I bet you that Tommy didn't even know that. You go, how are people that fucking insane? How are people that fucking insane? How the fuck does a woman have a Section 8 in a house? She was letting them live in her Section 8. That is what people are doing now? Yeah, I think everybody needs to be told about that. You go, that is what people are doing now? Based on having children out of wedlock? Ay, ay, ay. Oh yeah, these people are out of their fucking minds because clearly whoever is allowing them to do that thinks they're playing tutors. You don't get it? Oh yeah, that's why God is fucking killing them all. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know about it. La 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 la. I don't want to know about it. That was enough today. It was bad enough when Jared told me Alyssa at a Section 8. That the shit I just had to listen to today, no, I'll spend the rest of my time in a shelter, thank you. I don't want to hear it. They won't even have any way to know how to contact me. Right, just I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to know my own mental state. We're supposed to have a couple of days of faulty weather, by the way. It's supposed to be rainy. I don't know how I'm going to figure out my schedule now. So I got to wait and see what's going on with Cindy. Yeah, I mean, obviously in a shelter, I can leave in the daytime, right? And take a walk. Whereas staying here, I mean, most people probably wouldn't say anything if I took a 2-hour walk or just left her in front of a television for 2 hours to take a walk. And that's all I do every day is take a walk. And then once a week, I walk to a food pantry, and that's roughly 2 hours as well. That's it. So, but um, I would assume it's up to the VA because, like Tommy said, the VA owns her. Yeah, like it's up to the VA, and I would think obviously it's up to Cindy because if Cindy goes, yeah, I'll take her to my house and care for her. She's a nurse. She's a nurse who owns her own home, so it makes it a heck of a lot easier. So she doesn't even need her money to pay rent because she's a homeowner. And she probably doesn't have to pay a mortgage. She probably hasn't paid a mortgage in 15 years. That's how people live here. So, right. Um, they just look at you like she doesn't have to worry about that. I don't want to get into that with somebody, especially if they watch this stuff. But I pretty much think I know what that is. So, um, yeah, maybe have a person that you speak to every day, like maybe every morning. That way, if something like that, if she was living with Barbara in her house, just the two of them, and something like that if it happened to her, that person would know something was wrong. Right? Like this, that was no time really for her that she was left here like that because I was here. But if I wasn't here, I kind of doubt that Tommy and Cindy had that conversation because of their age. They wouldn't think to have that conversation, right? Just when you know that someone's caring for a person like that, that can't even use a telephone, that's a good conversation to have, right? Like, okay, so even if it's a text message, just every morning you text that person anything, good morning. Like just every morning you text that person good morning. And that way, if you don't hear from them, you know to go over there and find out what's going on. So people that can actually see this, right? If you know yourself that you're middle aged or whatever, um, I would say it doesn't even matter your age or what you think your medical status is. But if you're living in a house with someone like that that you're providing care to, you should have that contact with the person if you're able to, because that way, if something would happen to you, you're not going to know about it because you'll be either unconscious or dead. Um, that person isn't screaming and screaming in a house like that, right? And then whatever amount of time it is that some people come, sometimes there is no time that some people come. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there's been times where you don't hear from Cindy for a week because she's busy or her and Tommy had a fight, right? So, if even if it's someone you fight with, that you've still got to be able to text them every morning. So you can't be blocking telephone. It can't be a person that has any history whatsoever of blocking phone numbers, any history at all of doing it. Yeah, because then what are you going to do? You'll just go, oh, I'm still blocked. It's kind of sad he had his phone with them, yeah. I had to wipe blood off of his phone. I don't take my phone into the bathroom, but some people do. So that tells you how much time a person generally spends in a bathroom and on his phone, by the way. I didn't think he was usually doing that. I knew he took his phone into the bathroom because he watches videos on it. Yeah. Even though he has cable television. And he said he had like TiVo and all this stuff. I don't, is that thing that's like recording? I always would hear the bloop, bloop, bloop. Sometimes I was like, yeah, I'm like, is he like completely gone and he's playing that thing like a video game? It must be when you, but he has something in there. But I think it's like to the guide, and he watches like on demand and stuff. Oak Island. Yeah, I know their schedule. They used to get along like way, way better. It degraded very, very quickly. Very quickly. Like there was probably some sort of fantasy that Candy was the problem. Like Candy was the interference all the time. Yeah. And then as soon as she was gone, they had kind of a honeymoon period for about a year until he got evicted. Those people evicting us caused everybody to go like this. You don't know how much of that degraded her mental state and the amount of stress that put on three people doing that to us. Yeah, that was a wicked stressful time, obviously. So they had about a year. Uh, yeah, a little bit more than a year. Candy left May of 2020. We got evicted in August of 2021. So they weren't fighting like that then. They weren't fighting in that house like that. She would scream, "Get out of my room," and stuff, but it was nothing like when they came here. And they'd watch their shows. She was still cooking for him, changing the linen on the couch and stuff. Oh yeah. He had just started transitioning into cooking for her right before we got evicted. When I first came here in 2022, she was still doing dishes. And that was when she went to cook an egg, which means she was still cooking eggs and couldn't do it. Yeah, so yeah, their relationship went quickly into the shitter after they came there. So just her with the shut the fuck up. Because he would go down there and try to talk to her about stuff, and she wanted nothing to do with it. She was so tired of listening to him talk. Yeah, just I don't talk to anyone else either, but I'm a different type of person. I do this. Um, I don't talk to other people because I'm being kept a hostage. Not, I can't talk to other people, but um, she, I don't think she had really interest in his conversations anymore. But I noticed I don't conversate with him a lot, but I noticed in the last couple of weeks going to the food pantry. But like I said, he's always had wicked bad problems communicating. Like he was definitely mentally ill, right? And it's probably because he never got into a program from when he was young. But anyways, drug use doesn't help, and he would started using drugs when he was young. So, anyways, the last couple of weeks, I noticed it. Like I'd say something, and he would say something back, and you could tell he either wasn't listening to me, or it wasn't the mental processing wasn't going on at all. And Cindy said something today um, about Scott said something to her about coming here that he thought that something was off about Tommy. That he, yeah, like it was probably that. Like his mental state was getting worse. So this is like this last 3 years is when I said I keep going to say 4 years because I'm going by 2020. I think was like very detrimental for his mental health probably. But I remember 2019 them screaming in the car and her being shaky all the time. Yeah, just like weird the relationships that some people have. But in a way, again, I don't think he would have known what to do with himself after his mother died. Yeah, like uh, probably the more Cindy has to think about it, you just go, this is probably the best case scenario for him. Um, yeah, like I don't think he would have handled it well having to bury his mother, and then I worry about living on his own. He obviously never wanted to live on his own, and he never had to. Remember when he was flipping out about, I was outside all alone because he was out in his car for like a month or something with his dog, and he just went, oh my god, like the stuff he used to talk to her about, the way that she talk to him too. You left me. You left me. That's why she would probably be better off with Cindy. Like because that's how she is. Mary is nothing like that. Mary is quite used after, especially after 13 years of being left alone in a room. And people live their lives and other people do things. Yeah, just Mary's not going to go down there and have screaming fights and like be like, and you left me and want to talk about all the family members constantly and stuff. It's like, I mean, you would think after 13 years you would know I never do that. I have no interest in it. But anyways, I suppose the chicken might actually be done. Oh yeah, I got these cookies here. I might actually eat those tonight.
Wow, that was funny. Oh no, this one here, I thought it was funny. I was like, oh, you're taking a picture. I would have asked, but I thought it was easier. Yeah, are you okay, anybody? What's your master doing? Doing his usual thing, isn't he? You know, that important. Maybe money. Man, and then do those things. Don't think we're doing, we don't do anymore, I don't know. I don't know. We make it this time, we can make it this time. Okay. We're all going down in the car. He's not away. He's not, he isn't. You won't make it this time. He's already too big. He does it, yeah. Stop it from doing things. And I think last night was his, he said he made it last night. Yeah. Is he too late this, is he too late this time? Well, I would hope that actually it's, I guess our kids are all getting their home police, should be in that house by itself. That was weird, Michelle was there, huh? I thought they had some really bad things to say. Maybe she could be a grandmother or something. She already is. Yeah, we got to try her. Telling me now, the other one is better. Our, Gabriel. Yeah. That's what they do, I guess, they all love stories. Gabriel, everything seemed like it was going good there. And another thing. Well, you actually can relax. Yeah. If you want to relax. Well, it depends on what's gonna happen. If Cindy takes you to her house, then I'll go back to the shelter. And, I don't know, just change your heart, with some sort of house. I'm going to go to a different shelter this time, go to the one in Boston. Yeah, I have you in shelter. Well, we'll see. I don't want to do it. That's not something for you to worry about. Person is so hard to go. You decide what you want to do. In some cases, I think he had like social anxiety. I would never bring someone here to the end of like, they ask someone something, they tell you no, after. Like, well, that place to stay. But when I was with that guy, they were right in the street homeless. I don't even know what happened to him. Like, just on the porch. He thought he felt like he had. He said that in the field. He was sleeping outside of the train station. What? It didn't work out very well. It didn't work out. And I went out there last year too, but I only was there for like 2 months last year. I started swelling up, my eyes and my ankles started swelling up, so I came back there. No, well, I think I did my, you know, have you gotta be fed 3 times a day, right? I'm gonna leave it at that. Well, you do have other children. They have a lot of patience in that. I don't think they did things that are with Jones at the same time. I think it would have been worse than him at first. Even though he signed up. I think he had wanted to live by himself. You know, so I made sure that he wasn't by himself. So it's not that type of guy that we had gone out there having children. He just was that hard to tell. where you going? Right here. Wait, 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 wait. Oh, I'm supposed to do a recertification on my Snapchat. I have no need to do it. So, this is the worst thing ever been. No income, no SNAP, no card, no housing. So, well, we did that on purpose. I used all money. All money. That's why they're like, just whatever's going on, these people decide that they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do, that they're trying to get. They don't say anything, they want me to do, they haven't said they want me to work or anything, it's just. Yeah, or, I didn't wanna have, I figured I'd be good for a while, but that was so. I never expected that. I figured that money's there, maybe we could go in and the two of us would be hands. You know, I never expected it to go on that, so. What are they planning on doing now? I figured I would get you. Yeah, Cindy's on those pages. He has some sort of account in there, so you, and then he goes and he pays the rent of it. Yeah. It's a matter of accessing it and finding out who's supposed to pay the rent. Whoa, I'm gonna go grab, but I got to listen to sing actually. That is some seriously bad stuff. Oh, yeah. I gotta take a scratch. Yeah, today was scratch day too, so I have to make sure I wrote it down right now, but I gotta make sure I take it out.
assume he is because nobody told me time.
But nobody told me anything about her either. I just got it. I have a school bus to start right now.
Cindy said she had gone. Michelle said she was in the car. Sounds like a lot of her talk.
Well, they could be so happy when you get rules. Well, I've been waiting for a long time. We're always happy.
I thought Cindy said that Jim was in the hospital services.
You got to see what?
I thought Cindy said that Jim was in the hospital services. So that's not something.
He's still in the military. He still has to go to war. I had no idea. They have to get it. I see him going up down. He never speaks to me.
I don't know, I haven't talked to Jim since like 2000.
He doesn't talk to anybody.
Cindy said it's, but Michelle didn't say that to me. She said that was the hospital.
She must have to work tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I just looked at it on that shit. They took that out of something on that shit. I thought it was on him earlier today. Did you take it off? You need your light on too. Do you need this other pot of can?
What's that?
Cindy said the dog hasn't been fed again, so.
I'd like to know where his cell phone is. I don't know if Cindy's still with her. She might have taken it with her because I don't see the board.
I don't know, she took his wallet. I think she just trying to help.
No, I'm sorry. She would be helpful. She would take everything. Very, like that.
I'm gonna go check the phone, just don't roll over the dog seat. It's back on. Alright.
Okay, no texts from or calls from anyone.
Too much trouble. And I seem to be, it's not troublesome. Don't go over your feet, Dick. You put the right on my feet.
Oh, God. This is why people are supposed to have phones and social media.
Alright.
Just wait for God to kill the people one by one.
Where are you?
This fucking bullshit. And just,
Where is this place name? Where are you?
it's clearly a sign that God is killing you all. In case you didn't know that. Because I told you that man represents a whole bunch of people. Told you that. Just waiting for you to all die one by one. That's called Almighty right there. It's not anything to do with that particular dude. He represents a bunch of people. Just like she represents a bunch of people. In my opinion, when it comes to your population and Almighty God and this bullshit ending. He's supposed to represent like the internet jailers and the people with the housing keys, the landlords. That's what he's supposed to represent. It's like basically the same group of people. So just informing you if you're one of those people. God is doing it. That's a lot of radioactive material. So especially the ones of you that know you're in poor health. If you've got those guts like that, well, bodies that are healthier are they have a better chance, or at least they're going to last longer because she's still living. So she's got to have someone caring for her before, presumably, either a person like Cindy or me dies. But it just depends on how the rest of this goes. That'll give us some indicator about what God's doing and what's going to happen to the rest of the population. Just like I said, I actually didn't think that would happen, but I thought that it was possible it could happen. He didn't seem that healthy, right? And it's just, she has the majority income. And the fact of he never wanted to live by himself. I was just discussing it with her. So he would have wanted to actually go before her, especially if he thought there was someone else available to take care of her. It was becoming too much for him. Cindy said it too. Like he got himself into something he didn't want to do, and he clearly didn't feel well.
Scotty,
It's difficult. It's 24 hours a day.
upstairs.
No, Scott's not here. It's no, Scott's not here. It's just me, Mary.
He's supposed to be here, he's not.
No. I said it's just me. Scott was here earlier, but then he left. I'm sure he'll come back again and visit you, but he's not here right now. How is his TV on? Whoa. Someone was actually fucking with this television when they were here. No, you go, seriously? No, someone was fucking with this television because it was on this morning when the police and shit were here. I went into the room and shut the television off. I'm pretty sure I shut it off after they came. I never go into that room. That's the first time I've been in that room in 2 years. Yeah. But anyway, I got the TV working, but it was not working. Someone, like, the plugs didn't even make any fucking sense. It's kind of like what Canty and Norm were doing. There's like extension cords and shit. You go, it's definitely got something to do with brain disease. I don't know if it's some kind of what do you call it, presentation. Yeah, like I noticed he's got an extension cord that goes out of the room, I think, too. Oh, okay, so that's probably why someone unplugged it. He stepped on it or something. You were doing whatever you thought they were doing. What goes on this one like that? What is that? I don't know, man, unless it's got something to do with he blew a fuse at some point in time. I probably shouldn't even plug that fucking cord in. Like he blew a fuse or something at some given time and figured it out or something, because Canty and Norm did the same fucking thing. I always find it strange if you plug something in and an extension cord leaves your room. Why? Because you don't even use that room. Like it leaves the room and loops around a laundry basket and comes back in the fucking room. You just go, what am I looking at? Yeah, that's got to be brain disease. He's got a laundry basket in the corner that's empty, a laundry basket next to his bed, which I presume is probably full of dirty clothes, who knows, and then a laundry basket in the doorway to that third bedroom that no one uses that's filled with books. Whoa. So anyway, it's like some kind of presentation when there's like cords and shit, especially when they leave a room like that. Anyways, there's on the other side of the bed is 2 empty outlets, but in the summer he had an air conditioner unit, I guess, in that window. So I don't know if it was something he figured out that when that was plugged in, he couldn't plug another thing in. I don't know. Just I got a clock and a light plugged in there, and this was all weird in here too when I got here. Like there's a power strip. Some of this right here is just left the way it was. But I got a power strip that has the phone charger and 2 computer chargers on it, and that's it. Yeah, there's a lamp there that's not plugged in, but that's it. And there's an overhead light. Just yeah, this way you go. So is this what Alfred and Angela have been doing, or they're fucking dead? Right? You just go, this is what people have been doing. They just have no fucking concern about whatever the fuck happened to me. You just go, oh my fucking God, how are people this sick? Yeah, like again, I think towards the end of even Tommy's life, he was probably done with talking to people. Some of it's probably got to be because of me and because of him. Like you just go, he couldn't understand why people don't visit her, and I don't understand it either. I know you go, I don't understand. All you people do is fight. Why you would all of a sudden just, I know it's just, I don't know if that's going on with everybody. It's like your lives are unraveling. Absolutely unraveling. But, anyways, I doubt I'm going to hang out in his room watching TV. I would want to at least take his sheets off his bed and wash them. But that's the other thing. You go, whoa, you don't even use a lot of blankets or anything. People are strange. I don't think he used a lot of blankets when he was sleeping on that couch. I mean, at least he got to sleep in a bed for 2 years. He was sleeping on a friggin' broken couch. Remember that when I went, oh my God, this is where this person fucking sleeps? So, anyways, at least he got to sleep in a bed for 2 years. But he basically was using like one blanket. It's almost like that gray one I have. And you go, oh my God, you definitely must be. He must have been sweltering hot like continuously. But yet, the heat is going to be full blast in the house. You just go, yeah, I got to have, and I'm like wicked neat and organized. Hi. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm here, so. Okay, cool. All right. She forgot to bring Tommy's keys back with her. Because she was supposed to be able to let herself in, but I don't care about that. But I was telling her I've never been inside that trailer. I've never seen the inside of that trailer. And how long has he had it now? 4 years. He never goes in it either. Yeah, like I don't know if he ever was using that thing after they moved there. Just the whole thing is like she was just talking about that. She goes, I should have never um had him taking care of me. And I was like, well, I think he wanted to do it. Like he made all these plans, but I don't think he could get himself to do it. He was saying that over the fall about going to Plymouth or Salem like I was doing. He goes, I think I think or say I want to do something. I just can't get myself to do it. Yeah, I mean, that's just major clinical depression, like the dude's entire life. So, just not in the right environment. Some people just refuse to get away from their parents. So, anyways, he was never supposed to be her caregiver. Candy was. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you refused to get into an ambulance in 2000, in what, uh, July of 2020, you refused to get into an ambulance, and apparently he told you you didn't have to. Okay? And then in 2021, he clearly knew where I was, Barbara. I always go to the same shelter. He clearly knew where I was. I mean, he never had any discussions with me either, and I've been here for 2 years. Like, would there ever be a way, like, even if he took a vacation, went out for the day, none of that. Yeah, I mean, things can only really be your fault, but I mean, honestly, when he lost his house, he's the person that should have been sent to a shelter, not Mary. He is the person that should have been sent to a shelter, and he would have had a whole different life. It was 13 years. That's 13 years the dude could have been doing shit, but it's over now. I mean, that's pointless. Keep beating yourself up about it, but um, I try not to really think about that for myself because it's nonsensical. I didn't do this to myself. There was nothing else that I could do. Like, even when I said I was going to pursue alimony, they fucking outlawed it. Just clearly, in my mind, when I die and go, it's just like a big delusion at this point because you go, God Almighty punishes me for following his fucking book. That doesn't make any sense. Right now, I'm sort of frustrated because obviously it's too late at night now, but yeah, I mean, because it's kind of like this would have been. Uh, it seems like she's been thinking about it now. She sort of doesn't really want to go to Cindy's. It sounds like she goes, she doesn't really want me there. But anyway, it makes it difficult to get in touch with people when people keep blocking my communications. But obviously, if she's going to be coming here periodically for a visit, you just go, okay, so what day are you going to come, you think? All right. Because I'll be gone out of the house for a couple of hours. I mean, clearly, if I stay here with her, she has to have 24-hour care. Yeah, like I'm gonna be lucky to be taking my walks. Never mind, I'm gonna go into Quincy for the day. I've got to walk to a SNAP office and figure out what's going on with my SNAP food card, stuff like that. I can't see that there's anybody still out there because they were all told to go to Boston. But I don't even know if there's a SNAP office in Boston anymore. There used to be one on Mass Ave, and it seems like they closed it. She said she was almost here, so I'm going to be shutting this off soon. Right, because clearly that train goes right there. They're probably trying to force those people to go to Quincy. It's like this whole plot plan. And they're probably like, we are not going there. What SNAP office? We will like walk to Roxbury. The Mass Ave one used to be the main one. Right, you go, they closed the SNAP office on Mass Ave, or you're just trying to make it not pop up? "1010 Massachusetts Ave." Okay, that's not there anymore. Let's look. Hey, I was just gonna go.
He's younger than Scott.
Is this on?
I'm just trying to find out if this one on Nelson up. Excuse me. All right, that's a MapQuest. I don't want to know about MapQuest. I guess I can look it up on my phone. I'm going to shut this off for now.